see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hanging. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free.
Data has shown that about 3 million babies have been born through the in vitro fertilization process, commonly known as IVF. It is gaining popularity as one of the ways through which people can make babies artificially. What is the process like? What does it take to have an IVF? And which people qualify to have an IVF? Today I'm at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center to find all these answers for you. But before I introduce my guests, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. So you're welcome back from that short break, and I'm here with a principal fertility specialist at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. His name is Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
So
yes.
Today we want to talk about IVF. I know the full name is in vitro fertilization, if I'm right.
Yes.
What is IVF?
IVF, in vitro fertilization. I think before you understand what it really means, you must know what is the normal. And the normal is any couple who want to get a baby, there are certain 4 things which have to be satisfied.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the sperm of the man. 2, the egg of the woman. The egg and the sperm, they meet in the place called the fallopian tube. So egg, sperm, they meet in the tube. That's where fertilization takes place. So in normal settings, normal life, fertilization of a woman's egg is in the fallopian tubes. After the fertilization, the fertilized egg would drop down to settle in the uterus, in the womb. So these are the 4 things which are required for any couple to get a baby. The womb, the sperm, the egg, the fallopian tubes where fertilization takes place. And then it settles in the womb. 4 things, always. But for some reason, you cannot have the fertilization inside the womb of the woman. And fertilizing an egg, or the woman's egg, with the sperm outside the woman's body is in vitro fertilization. And in vitro means outside the body. It's a Greek expression for in glass. So in vitro fertilization simply means fertilizing the egg of the woman or whatever outside her body.
Right. So when are couples supposed to go for an IVF?
Which indirectly means what are the reasons for IVF?
Yeah.
So after an egg is fertilized in vitro, we put the resulting fertilized egg, which is now called embryo, we put it inside the womb and let the thing grow, and eventually the baby is born after 9 months or so. Now, anything which will obstruct you from getting a baby may lead on to getting that fertilized egg outside the woman's body. Anything. And I group them into 4 reasons where how pregnancy takes place. So if there's a problem with the egg, itself, I start with the egg. I start with then followed by the sperm, and then where fertilization takes place, the tube, and then it settles in the womb. So I simply have to go through this for egg production. Sometimes the woman, you do everything, you are able to give all those things, you think everything else is normal, but no pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it eventually ends up with us bringing the egg out and fertilizing outside. That's doing the IVF. The next one is the sperm. Assuming everything is normal, and then the sperm is sort of deficient. It's not. If you introduce the sperm through the normal way, they won't be able to reach the egg itself. In that case, even the sperm, defective sperms, we can use the defective sperm in an IVF setup. Normally, you need 500,000 sperms to fertilize one egg in normal life.
Yeah.
But if the sperm is defective, what we do is we take the egg, get the best out of the sperm, which is good, mix them outside. So that becomes an IVF due to low sperm raising. And again, on the other hand, in certain situations, the sperms are so low, it cannot be used even in simple IVF setup. So we have to take one sperm, take one egg, and ourselves inject that sperm into the egg. And the process is called ECSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection.
Okay, so if there's a case where maybe the sperms are the problem, the woman is okay and everything, they still have to do an IVF to be able to get a baby?
Not necessarily. If all is well with the woman and the sperm cells are not good at all, unfortunately we have to do an IVF. But if at some stage the sperms are not good, but they are not that bad, we can wash them, sieve them, and do a process called IUI, intrauterine insemination. But even that, it means we are preparing the sperm to inject into the womb for the sperm to go and meet the egg inside the tube. But some are so weak they cannot. Look, you measure sperm quantity in millions. If you do a sperm check, they will tell you the normal is 10 million per mil, or 20 million and above for the whole thing. And then, so you wonder why all these 20 millions, but you need only one sperm. And that is where ECSI comes in, or IUI comes in. But unfortunately, if you do IUI, you don't actually see the problem if it fails, if it doesn't work. You wouldn't know.
Why?
Yeah, but with IVF, you can see fertilization. You can see that there's something going on. Unfortunately, the baby is not well formed, and eventually it may not happen.
So I was asking, what's the chance when I do an IVF that it will be successful? Because it's just like science. Medicine is not always
Exactly. It is not exact. You think you are succeeding. At the end of it, the whole world is about 37% chance of getting a success with the first IVF, with a single IVF. The whole world. Not certain places a little bit higher due to maybe superior conditions or techniques or whatever. It's a slightly higher, but it's ours. We are an average of 50 point something. And it fluctuates. It depends on who you are dealing with. An elderly person going through a normal IVF, the chances are not as high compared to a younger person aged in the 20s and things. If other things are okay, but an IVF is required, they have a higher chance of, sometimes over 70%, 77% chance of getting pregnant.
Because I was going to ask what age it is best advisable to have an IVF.
The best age to have a baby in any woman is 22.
Oh.
Huh? 22 years is the best age to have a baby. Wow. This thing is stuck in my brain for a long, long time since I was. It's the best age. The younger you are, it's not that good for a young girl of 18, 19 to have a baby. Mm-hmm. The older you are, then it's going towards, women have an expiry date. From 35 onwards, your fertility potential drops drastically, declines. So if you are 35, so for instance, if you come to me at the age of 28 or 24, 6, and that you have an infertility problem, it will take time to go through. But if you are already 35 plus, we wouldn't give you the normal time that people expect you to get pregnant. No, we'll start investigating immediately, because as the older you are, the less likely your fertility potential.
That's very interesting, quite intriguing. 22 years is the best
age for having a baby.
And the longer it takes, the higher your chances.
Yes.
Yes. So, how is the procedure like? Is it painful? Is it stressful?
Okay.
Is it expensive?
Let me start from the bottom. Expensive, yes, it is. But comparatively to other nations, I think we are very cheap in Ghana.
Like how much?
Normally, in the US, for instance, you spend more than $15,000 to go through an IVF procedure. Ghana is roughly about $5,000. Dollars. Max dollars, roughly. And it depends on various units. There are some units which we all differ a bit, but averagely, in fact, I was estimating, we were much less than the $5,000, but, and because the exchange rate, that's a problem. But that's the average cost of, we don't charge in dollars, we charge in cedis. Okay. Then, in fact, I was having a headache. I was taking paracetamol. I was squeezing my face just to take the tablets. Everything is uncomfortable in medicine, but we try to limit the pain as much as possible. Is it painful? What is IVF? How do we do it? We do that by giving you a series of injections, which takes you about 2 weeks. Every day you have to take that injection. And then once you get to a level where we are putting the baby inside. There are another series of injections until the baby is well established, which takes another month or two. So injections itself in IVF is very, very uncomfortable. People complain a lot that sometimes my buttocks is swollen and that. So that's number one, where you experience pain. Two, when it's time to go and you've produced the eggs, you've got to collect the eggs from the woman, and that is called egg retrieval. That's the second part of IVF. And of course, we use some long needle through the vagina using an ultrasound to prick. So it's not a major operation. It's an uncomfortable situation where you use a needle to go and aspirate all the eggs. And after that, 20-30 minutes, they are gone. They go home. After that, but the procedure is uncomfortable. So we give you something called conscious sedation. Conscious. You are sort of, but you are fully sedated, no pain, nothing, and it's a very brief period. Normally not more than 20-30 minutes for the egg collection, depending on the number, some 10. So yes, that bit is a bit uncomfortable. So you feel some pain. Your eggs are fertilized outside, and 5 days later, you have to put the eggs into the womb. And that one, it's ideally it's not painful, just like having a normal relation with your husband. You know, you feel something being down there. Minutes, seconds, we push the baby inside.
So how's sperm collection like from the man?
How do we collect the sperm? We don't put needles and things like in the woman, but the main source is from masturbation. Okay. You know what that is?
Yes.
Have you done it before?
I'm not a boy. I'm not a man.
So they masturbate and then see the fluid coming out, and sometimes it's very difficult for the clients, the patients. And I'm sorry, I made a joke with it, but some need their wives to come and help them to do that. We resist or whatever you call it, from having sex in order to produce the sperm. That you lose a lot, especially the initial sperms, you know. You may lose them, but that's where the concentrated things may be.
Okay.
So having sex to produce sperm, it's we don't advise. On the other hand, there are certain cases where there is no sperm. Normally, we have to dig into the testis area and aspirate some sperms. This is a special condition where there are no sperms even when they make their normal ejaculation, no sperm. So we have to find some sperm around the testis there and aspirate to use it to do the IVF.
Right. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll go for a quick break where we speak to one of the people who have undergone IVF. She'll share her experience with us and how the whole process was for her. When we come back, we'll speak more to Doc. So currently I'm with Akosia. She's had an IVF procedure and she was successful. So she's going to share with us what she went through, how the process was like for her. Hello Akosia, and thank you for speaking to us today. So I just want to know how your IVF process was like.
Oh, by God's grace, I would say mine has been successful all the time because I think I first came here 2014, and I'm in a distance marriage, so it's like, oh, you are okay, nothing is wrong, so let's give you medication, then you try your natural cycle. We tried it up till 2017 still. Then the doctor said, then let's go and do IVF. So we've learned a whole lot of stories. When you go do IVF, first time it's not successful. You have to do multiple times, blah, blah, blah. So it's like I was scared, but I held on to my faith. So with my first attempt, like medication, first they'll give you medication. I think they said my problem was PCOS.
Okay.
PCOS, so they will give you medication to boost the eggs, then the maturity of the eggs, everything becomes successful, then they retrieve the eggs. So after the retrieval of the eggs, they're expecting that within the next 5 days, you'll be fine for them to transfer the embryos. But with my first 5 days, I had something called OHSS. With that one, you bloat, then you vomit, like you cannot even eat. You feel hungry, but you cannot eat, and it's like you are not by yourself. So because of that, I cannot take it on the 5th day. So you have to treat me and wait till the next month. So by God's grace, the next month when I came, they transferred and everything was fine. I think my first pregnancy was triplets, but along the line, it's like 2 couldn't stay and left with 1. And they were saying, people were saying, hey, IVF, they will stitch your womb, do blah blah blah. But with God's grace, they didn't stitch my womb. Everything was successful. My girl is now 4 years, TikTok girl. And I think later on we said, oh, we want more. So after 2 years, we came back again to do the same thing again. That one too was successful. I had a successful pregnancy, but just that along the line, I had an ovarian cyst which ruptured, so now I couldn't control the pain with the pregnancy, so they have to remove the pregnancy. So with that, everything got a treatment. I have to take time before. Then I came again. So when I came again, it's like that one too. After the retrieval of eggs, because mostly it's like I go for 15 eggs, 17 eggs, but with this one I hated 36 eggs. So that means it wasn't easy. So I bloated. My stomach was like 8 months pregnancy. I was 5 crack. So they have to treat me again. And with that one, I was like always, I think I'm strong. So sometimes I even go home and come back for the treatment, then go back again. So with this one, as soon as I went home, they told me I should stay because I'm not looking well. And as for then, I said I'll go home because mostly when I finish, I drive and go back home. And they said, hey, so is that what you've been doing? It's not good, it's serious. You have to stay. So I didn't stay. I didn't mind them, and I went home. Oh, I fainted. So that means I have to rush back. I said it's my own assault then. But I can say when I came back, the treatment, one thing I like about them is no matter what, they have time, they have patience, they'll talk to you well, and they will call you to check on you. Even I can say I have almost all of them. They are anonymous. My husband too. In case of anything, even in the night, my husband will call them. My wife is not feeling fine. They will call you, come wherever the medication is. They will try and take the medication so you'll become fine. So with that one too, I had to wait again, then come and do the transfer again. And one good thing is mostly the semen they use is not fresh because my husband is not around, so mostly it's stored semen. So just imagine, the owner of the hospital will tell you that we are good because imagine the stored semen that we use for it. It's a stored semen, and even after that they have to store the embryos too for like 3-4 months before they transfer. Yeah. With some people, their man will be there, the owner, they take the semen and put it in. But with my, not that, but at the end of the day, I get successful results. Me, fine, they are doing their job. But I believe in God too. I know without God, nothing can be possible.
So, one last thing I want to ask is, how was the journey like emotionally? How were you feeling about it?
It's not easy because last time I told one lady at the front desk, climbing this staircase up there, having hope. What pains me is you have to always come for injections. There is not the medication alone that you take alone. The injections alone you take, especially before they will retrieve the eggs, and after the retrieval and the transfer, you have to take an injection again. That injection, the one giving you the injection is not painful. The injection, a drona kasana, they give it to you, and after that you could see otonya yeah. So me, if somebody is sitting somewhere and especially you come and beat my daughter there, I'll kill you. Yes, because the pain and emotionally alone. Because last year when I miscarried, it's like when I'm walking, I've been crying because after that, we have to also see the doctor, come again for that ovarian cyst that I had because of the PCOS that I have. It's likely that it will come, so it's not their fault. It's normal. The experience emotionally. Just imagine somebody sitting there. The husband is sitting beside her. The lady was crying. When I got there, she was crying. I was satisfied. I was saying it's painful. And I said, really, it's painful. Go and ask her if it is painful. How many eggs did you get? She would tell you like 10, 15. But me, 37 eggs. Even if it was painful, I didn't cry. Who did I go and cry to? My husband is not here. My mother is not here. So I just keep quiet and lie down and fold my arms. So emotionally, it's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. She says the process, even though quite painful, is worth it at the end of the day. Let's go back to Doc and conclude the conversation. We are welcome back. So I'm seated back with Doc, and this part we're going to talk about some of the controversial things that we've heard people say about IVF, what women who go through IVF are supposed to do, some of the facts, the misconceptions, and all of those things surrounding it. Doc, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So,
Thank you.
Personally, I've heard people say that when you have an IVF, the likelihood of getting 2 or more babies is very high. I've seen someone who has given birth to 4 quadruplets, and everybody said, well, she did an IVF, and she also confirmed that she did an IVF. So what's the chance of getting multiple babies from an IVF? And if that is very true, why is it the case?
Yes. Normally, you've stimulated, you get a lot of eggs. You fertilize them. Sometimes you get as much as 10, 15 fertilized eggs, which are called embryos. So, actually, we discuss with the patient, how many do you want to put in? And some of them who have been, yearning for a baby for a long time, they will tell you, doctor, put 5, doctor, put 4. But elsewhere in the US, UK, you are not allowed to put more than 1. Ghana, we don't have a law restricting us.
Okay.
But I'll tell you soon we will have, because we are working on it, the government and then our association. Together we are working on a draft to regulate these things. And yes, we put, for us, not more than 3. If anybody even wants 3, they have to take special permission from me before I agree. Otherwise, we normally put 1, 2, and yes, sometimes 3. It depends on the way we see your fertility potential. In a young woman, everything seems to be okay. Maybe due to something, the male side, or we try to limit as many as we can. You put 3, you may develop all 3. And that you have the triplets. Some they insist, they really give us tough time. They want, and even for that we make them sign. They want 4. You put it and they would develop quadruplets. But to be honest, with our standard, we find it a failure if somebody has more than 2. You failed. Because 3, 4, you see it in you hear it in the news and all that. Really, it's not right. Because the amount of torture the woman goes through to carry these 4 babies is no joke. And why they normally end up having miscarriages. So the higher the order of pregnancy is, the more likely you develop a miscarriage. There are situations where some women themselves from their family background and all that, they can't develop the higher order multiple babies, and that is not very common.
That is to mean that maybe just 1 egg was put there, but they may be able to develop twins from that.
That twinning from the 1 egg,
yes,
is commoner and is more, it depends more on the genetics of the person. You have a person from a twinning family, it can't easily happen.
Right. So now let's talk about the do's and don'ts. When you are about to get an IVF, what should you do? What should you not do? Your lifestyle.
It's why are you going for the IVF? Whatever is preventing you from getting pregnant, if it's preventable, you should try to avoid it. Smoking, you drinking so much, even your husband always, drinking so much. And this is part of the process of not getting pregnant. Food-wise, there are several conditions which is related to diabetes, for you to have poor egg production. In that case, you have to try and, with the advice of the doctor, to try and sort of manage that situation where your egg production can be. It's a very popular situation called polycystic ovaries syndrome, PCOS they call it. And then in that case, you have to watch what you eat, so as to, limit whatever. Men, usually, when they have poor, low sperm, we encourage them to take honey. And look, see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, that we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hiding. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free. Then pregnancy will take place. So avoiding, the root of the pregnancy, non-pregnancy causes could help in the situation. IVF is as simple as that. We promote eggs. So even if your eggs you can't promote it because of some of the conditions I've mentioned, we are not going to succeed, because even though we are doing it, the eggs won't come. Yes, we do get situations where no eggs are produced, and we have to cancel the whole cycle. And so anything which will make you, your initial doctors will tell you regarding do this or that to promote fertility. It's sort of required in general. There are no specific requirement that I'm going for IVF, therefore I should not drink tea, I should not drink coffee, and that sort of thing. I heard them talking about it, but
it's not true. Okay, so
there is no medical basis of it. It's just like the normal care pregnancy thing.
Okay, so can you choose the gender of your child?
Yes, it's possible, but unfortunately we don't do it in Ghana yet. I heard some of our colleagues, they've been trying. We call it pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. It means before the egg gets stuck in there, we manage to bring some out. You take a cell out of the developing embryo and study it for whatever you want to. Apart from sex typing, there are some medical conditions where you can diagnose this before the newly made embryo gets implanted. So they take them to the lab, remove one cell from the growing embryo and test it. Sorry. Unfortunately, sex typing, it's supposed to be common, especially with the Nigerians, but it's a very expensive way of going through doing what I just described, PGDs.
Finally, I want to know some of the lifestyle choices that young people can adopt to reduce infertility rates, because sometimes our lifestyles also put us at risk of not being able to produce.
Very much.
Both in men and women. So before you even get to the point where you need an artificial help to be able to produce, what can you do as an individual to be able to increase?
Yes, you learned something from me. I said the best age to have a baby is.
Yes.
So
22
that's
hours.
number one. You don't wait and keep it when you are 38, 40, then you come for a baby. And seriously, it seems the infertility has gone up, infertility problem. It's mainly due to the woman's
Age.
aim to have her own career, and therefore a delay. You are postponing your fertility, and it's not only fertility issues. I'm sure you've heard about something called fibroids.
Yes.
You've heard about endometriosis.
Yes.
These are all something to do with not the uterus or the system not having a baby. So fibroids take over. Endometriosis take over. My mother had me when she was 46 years. Can you imagine? At that time, as if there are no endometriosis and no fibroids. Why? And after me, 46, there were 3, a twin and a terrier. That was my mother. Now, from the little you have gotten from me, how did it occur? How 46 she was still having a baby? Because she started very early and continued every 2 years, like that.
So the spacing to
we're talking of the scientific aspect of it. I'm not trying to be controversial, but it's a fact that as you delay your fertility thing, these diseases are mentioned, fibroid, and they take over because of what we call estrogens, which come up and they stimulate the growth of the fibroids very much, stimulate. And then at the end of it, you are struggling. Every year, every woman was born with a number of fixed eggs. Listen to this portion. At birth, you have about 1 million to 2 million eggs in you as a baby. Then, as you grow, 10, 12, 11, you have your first menstruation, that is called menarche. You have lost about 30% of your endowed eggs. And every month that you menstruate, about 40 to 50 eggs come out for only one to stick his neck out. It will also answer you, are there problems with IVF because you are producing more eggs? Is she going to be able to, the eggs that you lose during IVF or you make, you would have lost them anyway in a normal brush-up. So yes, age at which you have your family is very important. Younger girls, you should be very careful. You should be very careful not to have your tubes damaged from miscarriages, abortions, and things like that. That's very important for the younger ones. Inordinate sex, infections down there, tubal damage, eventually no baby. If, for both sides, male and females, if you had any issues about fertility, don't waste too much time. You go and see the doctor. They will assess you. And the other thing is men, they usually blame women for whatever their problems are, but they are equally culpable. But 40% of infertility is due to men.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. He is Principal Fertility Specialist at the Accra Fertility Center, subsidiary of Medifair Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. And he has been speaking to us about IVF, the procedure, the do's and don'ts, and things that as young people we can do to enhance our chances of fertility. My name is Stella J. Jomsugli.
I'm seated with the Queen Solomon of Ghana music industry, Sista Afia. She is considered one of Ghana's most versatile female artists. Just give her any genre and she's going to slay it. She's got a number of several hit songs to her credit. This is Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am Paula Amabruni. When we get back from this break, we get personal. You're welcome back from that quick break. I'm seated with Sista Afia. Queen Solomon. You're looking good.
Thank you, thank you.
I finally have you in my seat.
Finally.
Great. Now, Sister Afia, as I introduced you, you've got a number of hit songs to your credit.
Try.
From the days of Jeje to Champion Ata.
Oh, wow.
A lot.
A whole lot.
Weather, the latest Aswading, which was an anthem, and then Makwe.
Yeah.
Would you say that Ghanaians have given you your flowers when it comes to the kind of songs that you've given us?
Of course. I mean, they have in a way, and I feel very grateful because, I mean, there's not a lot of female artists that has been able to pass through this, this whole years. I mean, I've been in this game for almost 7 years, and I've been able to, been able to showcase what I can do. And I'm really happy. I just did it. I just came to Ghana to have fun with music, and now it's a business. So, the Ghanaian people are dear. no doubts. They've been very, very supportive, and I can't deny that.
So you talk about you just came to Ghana to have fun. So
yes.
What was Sista Afia doing before she finally decided?
Well, I was a registered nurse in Reading. I mean, hospital. Well, not for a whole term. I mean, I did like a few months, and then I came because I was having so much racism. I mean, I'm a workplace. I was not really excited to work. So when I finally made it through my former boss, Aaron, in London, and he just loved my talent. And then the next minute he was like, oh, I need to record a song. I recorded Kokrono. And then he was like, oh, come to Ghana and shoot the video. When I came and shot the video, the song was actually popping already. And I was like, what? And I felt like actually I'm doing something with my music career.
So it just came by chance and you grabbed it. And
yeah,
then
I just grabbed it.
And here we are. Great.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you've been in the industry for 7 years.
Yes.
I know musicians, sometimes they set goals for themselves.
Yes.
Would you say that you've accomplished that goal? Do you feel fulfilled, or there's more to do?
Of course, music is not just something you just feel like. Even the biggest artists that I know, Beyonce, it keeps still working. I mean, you know, you just need to do it. You know, I mean, I'm not fulfilled yet. I feel like there's more to me that I can deliver. I mean, my next EP will tell you guys what I mean by now, because I feel like the types of songs I wanted to do before, this is the era for it. So I'm about to give you guys everything. So Charlie, you for wait.
You should wait.
Yes.
We're on standby.
Yeah.
We hadn't even finished absorbing Aswadin, the one with Eugene. It was an anthem.
Yes.
People so bored could hear that. They just pull it up Aswadin. It was a big deal. One of my favorites too from you. Now we have Makwe.
Yeah.
What really inspired us? And then immediately after you released it, I saw that you backed it with a dance challenge.
Yes.
What was the motive? Like, now it looks like it's a craze.
I'm not a dancer like that, but I feel like right now, you know, the new vibe is basically on TikTok and trying to interact with most of the fans, because most of the fans are now on TikTok now. So, and most of them are like around, I mean, 13 to 24 or 25, so the youth. So you just need to, you know, join the club. So I just did that. I mean, I feel like it was good I did, because I didn't know I could really dance like that, even though I used to dance.
You nailed it.
I used to dance before, but I did now. If you tell me to dance, I'll look at you. But I'm actually glad that I actually came up with the dance challenge. Shout out to Ziggy for coming up with the whole routine, and also shout out to Asantua for also being my ride or die. And yeah, Makwe is just doing great. But for now, I mean, it will take time because it's a new vibe from Sista Afia. People are used to the Are You Ready, the Kokono, the Wedders, and the Judges and the Slay Queens. But this is a whole different vibe. This is the new songs, new tunes, new vibes that I'm bringing into the industry. So yeah, I can't wait for you guys to hear the rest.
Great. So we cannot talk about promoting a song on TikTok without bringing the much talked about whether TikTok influencers, if they push the song before it becomes big, or even without promoting it on TikTok, it will still survive. So what is your take personally?
Well, my take is people are really going to TikTok right now, right? I mean, they have a point, but you can also do your own promo without TikTok. But how should I even say it? Before, I would have said that it's not really necessary for you to bring influencers from TikTok to do it. But right now, that's what's going on. That's the issue. People are opening their TikTok accounts on their phone every time. So as a musician, you need to just target all these connects and just try and promote your songs in the right way. If that's what they're saying, I don't blame them. Yeah. So
we should give their flowers to them.
Yeah. I mean, they've gotten so much attention from people to come on TikTok. So why not?
Now I know you sing. We love your voice, what you're doing amazing for yourself.
Yes.
Because sometimes we always talk about women promoting. If you mention top Ghanaian musician, female, we cannot complete the list without mentioning it. And not because you are seated here. You've worked for it.
Thank you.
Do you have any hidden talent apart from music? So let's say if you were not doing the nursing, you didn't sing, what would Sista Afia, what
we have one of the biggest catering companies in Ghana. Because my second favorite thing that I do apart from music is cooking. Okay. So why not? I think cooking would have been my next.
What meal can you slay? Like I know my jollof is good. Like nobody can compete with me. So when we talk about food,
really?
Sista Afia, you should taste my jollof. Like I don't want to brag, but
don't let us argue. I beg you.
So what meal would you say you kill it anytime? What's your signature?
My signature is basically not Ghanaian food. I mean, foreign food. I can cook a whole lot of good food. I mean, I can cook all the Ghanaian dishes all right, but I feel like, or should I, because we're in Ghana, I should say Ghana.
You decide. Anything that you know.
Anything. Honestly, I don't have a favorite. I can cook everything. Fufu, ampesi, jollof, white cheese, spaghetti, everything. Yeah, it goes on and on.
I know you have some inspiration, some veteran artists that maybe you wish to collaborate with. Yeah. Can you give us some of them?
Yeah, Kudus Japan, my forever favorite. I mean, she's one of the few people that actually put me on stage when I came in the industry, and she's actually played that role. So of course, I can't wait to actually have a dance routine with Kudus Japan.
I can just imagine the collab, because I know your flow, your vibe, and Akosia.
Yes. Oh, it will be great. It will be so good.
I just hope, fingers crossed, I just hope and pray that collab really comes. So Akosia, any other veteran?
No, I think
not
Akosia
for now. Akosia. Yeah. Okay, great. Now back to veteran musicians. It's not even like artists. Okay. Hear stories where someone will come out, I need help and all that. Some people word on the street, they wonder, the time that you were working, didn't you save and all that? When you hear such stories, do you think that it's the industry which is not favorable, or do you think that maybe they didn't put things in plans? When you hear that, how do you feel?
I mean, I don't blame anybody for their downfall. Sometimes it is what it is, you know. I mean, I wouldn't know the right answer to give you, because I've not actually thought of this ever in my life. I mean, I've just read things on social media, but I don't really take them personally. So I don't know how I'm actually going to answer that. But in a way, I feel like life is life. Life can hit anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an actress, a musician, a president, anybody can actually go broke one day. So I'm sure they are not the only ones. I'm sure people from other countries who have been, billionaires are now poor or on the streets. So it's not a big deal. I feel like life is taking its part and doing what it has to do.
So when we hear such stories like that, we also try to better our lives, put things in place, because of course they did not dream that they wanted to be in
so now position. We have to always be aware. Now actually it's made a lot of artists like, you know what, I have to put some stuff together.
So that's it. What is Sista Afia's plan? Like, what are you putting in place to avert all this things?
Mid-year, I can't tell you.
Oh, Sista Afia.
I can't tell you
because usually sometimes when people see celebrities, they're like, okay, some celebrity wears something expensive. Is it just music and all that? Sometimes people don't know that you have businesses.
I have side businesses, so I feel like I can't say, because I'm actually putting a whole lot of things together. The reason why I've not even had kids yet is because I need to plan my life, and which I'm doing. I've told myself at a certain age I'm going to start having kids, which is not yet there. But right now it's like something that in the back of my mind, I need to put this in place before any of my kids come out. So that's what I'm doing.
It's a plan. You're planning for the future.
I'm planning for my future.
Great. Now, housewife or Miss Independent?
Housewives.
I like how you say it. Why housewife?
Independent is overrated, man. I need someone to take care of me, baby.
That's the thing. When a woman says they want someone to, not like you don't work for me.
I do work, of course.
But then you go for the.
I'll go for
No housewife of Ghana.
I need to be fighting my nose, baby. Can I get some money?
Okay, great. I'm seated with Sista Afia, one of my favorite female musicians in the industry. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we get talking. Welcome back. You're watching Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. I'm seated with Queen Solomon, Sista Afia. I like how you mentioned your name in the intros of the song. Yeah.
It was corny from the start, but I feel like it's just it's stuck now.
I love it. I love it. Now, female celebrities, we make news, one for the job that you do and others to sometimes controversies.
Yes.
Why do you think that Ghanaians, fans, social medias have not accepted that a woman can decide whatever she wants to do with her body? Recently, Nana Mama Brown talked about, the fact that, you know, sometimes when you age, you please, if you got the money, you do whatever you want to do. Why is it that when a woman in Ghana, maybe a female personality, enhance their body, go under the knife, then it's like a big news, everybody talking about it? Why haven't we accepted it? Because people outside, Hollywood, whatever,
of course, yeah.
Cardi, that's it, whoever, and then there's no news. But when it comes to Ghana, it's like they bash and then they insult. They don't really understand.
I mean, Ghanaians are Ghanaians. It's hard for people to relate to Ghanaians, you know. I mean, it takes time for Ghanaians to accept anything, actually. I mean, if you ask me. And when you're talking about this whole body change and everything, listen, a woman can go to a hospital. I used to work in a hospital. You can go and take fibers out, right? So why can't you go and take fat out? It's the same thing. I mean, I feel like there's nothing wrong with whatever anybody wants to do with their body. But if you want to go under the knife, it's nothing, basically. It's like you go into the hospital. Hey, I have fibers. I want to take it out. It's the same thing. You want to also take out your fat and put it wherever you want to put it. Fibers, they take it out. It's the same thing. Like, it's the same operation. So just do whatever you have to do with your body. Me, I'm not against anything. Like, listen, it's your life, baby. It's your life. For Ghanaians, it will take time.
So what is like the worst rumor you've heard about yourself and go like, hey, really me? I really, really did that?
The rumors that there are plenty. They said a whole lot of things, actually. They said my boyfriend was Kelvin Boy. They said my boyfriend was Shatawale. They said a whole lot of stuff. I mean, a whole lot.
But it wasn't true.
Of course it's not. I mean, anybody that you see me around with, so right? If you see me with any another guy, in your mind, you might think, oh, okay, they are close. Oh, then they might be, you know. It's the way we live in this country. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
So, Sista Afia, while interview, I really like to dig up and see what people are looking out for, what questions people ask, apart from enjoying your music.
Yes.
And one of the stories that I saw is that rumor that you had worked on your body. I just want to find out, has Sista Afia worked on it? If you want to comment about it, or you still...
No, I feel like it's too early for me to comment about that.
Too early.
I have my own biography coming out, and I want people to go check it out very soon. Everything, all the answers that people really want is actually going to be in there.
So we should keep our fingers crossed.
Keep your fingers crossed. It's
When
going
is
to
it
be
going
on
to?
my YouTube channel.
When is it going to be out?
I was thinking on my birthday, which is in November. So hopefully around my birthday or 16th of November, either one of them.
Still in this year?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Great. So you ain't going to talk about the whole. You're not going to.
Everything is going to be in there. So so that it will be easier for you guys. It will be easier for everybody, including yourself. So just wait for it.
Great. Yeah. So one of my favorites is Jeje, the one you did with Shatawale.
Yeah. Oh,
great.
Yes.
Did you actually kiss in that video?
No, we did not. I think that was how the whole thing sparked. I mean, it was through the Jeje video that the whole rumor of me and Shatta being together came out, but it was never through. Shatta's like my godfather, somebody who I call for advice, somebody I call and I tell my mind, he tell my mind. It's like we have that vibe. So when you see Shatta Ryder doing that with me, I don't blame you guys to think that way. I mean,
so there was no kiss like how we saw in the video.
No, never a kiss in that video. No.
Great. Shatawale is one person who is outspoken. Everybody, the one done. He will just say his mind and just go. Yes. He's had some friends, people who've worked with, people who were one time in his camp come up to levels. Several allegations against him. You have worked with him. He's a friend, as you said. You sometimes place a call to him.
Oh yeah.
How would you describe Shatawale? Wamdon. How would you describe him? And have you suffered that with the whole thing that friends are coming to, like, okay, maybe sometimes he uses them as a whole application, but you have a personal relationship with him.
Of course.
If you're going to put in a word for Shatawale, how would you describe him?
One of the smartest guys ever. I mean, Shatta is one of the smartest guys. I mean, that's the one word I can use to describe him. He's so loving. He's so sweet. He's funny. He's just somebody that when he comes in the room, the whole room's, lights just sparks out, and the real energies of people would actually come out in light because Shatta's in the building. He's a very free-spirited person, and that's what I like about him.
So you appreciate the support and not be like join the bandwagon who killed.
Why will I join the bandwagon? The bandwagons have never held me. He did, so I will stick with him.
Shout out to Wandon Shatawale. We're gonna stick with him. Great. Now, when it comes to showbiz, the industry, a lot of people say, "Oh, celebrities they live a fake life. Yes. Celebrities they take this just to make believe and all that." Are celebrities living a fake life, or we don't really understand how you guys operate?
Everybody is living a fake life, including the celebrities, even the normal people in the street. I'm not sure. I mean, celebrity is something that you're in the public life. Even if you don't have money, you have to hustle and make money because everybody's actually looking at you.
Yeah.
So I feel like fake life there, everybody live. What you say? And make me a fake shoe. Or you also make me a fake shoe. Make me a wig and wear 500 cedis. You can wear a wig that's 1,000 or 2,000 or 4,000 Ghana cedis.
That's a wig, yeah. Me who said
so it's any day will be a how real or fake it is to you. Just do it. Me, I don't believe in those things. I feel like everybody's fake.
Okay. Now back to the industry, especially because I'm a woman. Sometimes I see the targets. A woman makes it big, and then they want to link it to a man, a sponsor, and all that. A woman wants to wear what she wants to wear. Recently, I follow you on Instagram. One time, the bikini shoot, the hot one that you gave us, it was something that a lot of people talked about. Oh, it's indecent, but it's a shoot. It's a bikini shoot.
It was at the beach.
Great. So, with such things, with people telling celebrities, female ones especially, we are the target, how to live. How do you think? How does he? Or you just ignore?
I do now. I feel like there's nothing that can come. I mean, I'm just a tough girl right now. I mean, it takes a lot for it to get under my skin. I mean, you do whatever you want to do. People will talk whatever they want to talk. It is life. Life goes on. Live your life. Protect yourself. Make sure God is actually doing good in your life. And just move on. People are going to talk either way. So just don't pay attention to those things if you ask me. I'm just a free spirited person.
Same as your female celebrities, you didn't really...
No.
You know.
I mean, everybody, I support everybody from afar. I mean, everybody's doing great. We got great chemistry. Me and most of the female artists. So, I can't speak for them, but I can say that I don't care. I just don't care what anybody has to say.
Great. So, should we expect a collab with any of our female artists sometime soon?
I've worked with, I think I'm the only female who has worked with most of the female artists.
I love the one you did with
Frida, Afia, Eno. Yeah. I mean, a whole lot. I mean, a whole lot of girls. Ishon, Felinuna, Sefa. I mean, I think I'm trying my best.
Great. So, if you were the musical president, what change would you bring? Because I know a lot of people saying that, okay, leader. Let's say you were handling that, because I know it's a union.
I'll talk to Nana Akufo-Addo to give us a national cathedral to do something for the music industry.
More of a theater, so a concert.
Yes, a concert where we can actually go, because it was actually going to give money. God, dear, we get plenty churches for here. So,
okay,
make you use the national cathedral for us.
Okay, okay. So that's what Sista Afia will use, the national, if you give her the opportunity. Great. Now, in the music industry, a lot of people love to keep their relationship very private, personal life out of it. Let's do music. Will Sista Afia ever make a relationship public?
Hey, it's been 7 years you guys have known me. You guys should know the answer now.
Sometimes it might be that it's short.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not the type of person that actually wants that side of my life to be out there. I feel like it's enough. What you guys have is okay. I mean, I have to protect something. You know, I have to protect my family, whoever is in my life, whoever is involved with me. I feel like that person needs to be safe, because in this part of this world, there's nothing safe here for him. So I'd rather keep him wherever he is, under the rag, under the sheets. Baby, we're good.
Ever open to dating maybe a colleague in the industry?
Oh no, I'm not sure.
That's not your type.
I'm not too sure, but I'm not sure anybody in the industry.
But what's your type? If I say, I know you've got taste.
Have a type? I don't have a type.
Sista Afia,
only the type I have is, baby, you have to come looking okay. Presentable. You need to be able to speak good English. You know, I'm taking you around the world, so yeah.
Someone to compliment you.
Of course.
That's not too much.
And also you have to come in, you know, fully loaded. I mean, this girl is not going to take care of herself.
I love that. Now, Adi, you talked about the fact that you've got something for the fans where you're going to keep exclusive about you and all that.
Everything.
Before we wrap up, any message for the fans and maybe something that we should look out for?
Well, I just want to say my new song is out, Makwe, available on all platforms, so kindly go download it. And also shout out to all my Slay Nation fans. You guys have been holding me down from the beginning of my career, and we're still going. Charlie, we do go for Grammy, no, I beg. Okay, let's say BET. We go for BET first. So Ghanaians, Charlie, God bless you. Everybody that has been playing my song, streaming my song, the DJs, the MCs, everybody. Charlie, I don't know what to say. God bless you all for holding me down, and I'm sure I'm not going to disappoint you guys. I love you so much, and I can't risk that. Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming, Sista Afia. Thank you very much. Great. So I did this with Sista Afia, one of my favorite female musicians in the country. She's got a whole lot of his songs to her credit. Do check out her music. There's a new one, Makwe. Do stream it. Check out the video. No, the video is not yet out, but then I've seen a couple of dance videos out there. Great. So this is Talkertainment with me, Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode. Thanks for watching.
Day 2 of our special coverage of the President's regional tours. This time we're focusing on the Volta region. The President yesterday began a 2-day working tour of the Volta region. It was a packed day for President Akufo-Addo. From morning when he attended the Ghana Bar Association's annual conference to the evening where he inspected projects in Pando. We will be giving you updates if you missed any of them. But this morning the President has just commenced day 2 of his tour of the Volta region. Shortly I'll be taking you through the itinerary for today. But a while ago the President was at the 66 Artillery Regiment military barracks where he was being briefed on security matters in the region. We will bring you some shots from that meeting shortly right here on this program. Remember, this is a special production from the Ministry of Information live here in Accra. We are live on the ground with the President on his presidential tours, and our anchors will be joining us with the very latest as well as all the big interviews that you need to know on this particular tour. Today the President will be heading to the whole central market where he will be inspecting the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. But even before that, earlier this morning, he was at the 66 Artillery Regiment military barracks where he was being received by security chiefs there. As you can see on your screens, the President arriving this morning for that meeting. Remember that this is the first time in 18 years that a sitting President has visited this regiment. The key operation is known as Operation Motherland, which is focused on ensuring the security of Ghana's eastern borders. And the President was given classified brief on developments on our eastern borders as well as responses. And as you can see on your screens, the President also inspected a parade at the 66 Artillery Regiment military barracks in Ho. That was his first itinerary for this morning as he commences day 2 of his regional tours in the Volta region. We're live here bringing you all that you need to know from each of the locations. Shortly we'll take you to the whole central market where the President will be inspecting the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. I'll tell you what the program is about shortly. But before that, let's take you to Pando, where the President last night inspected a steel bridge there. Hold on now, because we're taking you to Ho right now, where Amana Kwesinsia will join us shortly. The President has arrived there. As I did mention, he will be inspecting the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. What is this program all about? The President has arrived there, and Aman Akwesinsia is joining us. He will join us shortly while we bring you all that you need to know as the President begins his second day of his official tour of the Volta region. Remember, we're live on a number of media platforms, including City TV, GTV, Adum TV. We're also live on Wuntumi TV, ETV, Metro TV, Wezo TV. And if you're listening to us live on radio, you are listening to us on Asasi Radio as well as Tonsan Radio, also in WOW. We're also streaming live on the Ministry of Information Facebook page, so watch us live there, and you can also share the link on other platforms. Right now though, we are getting ready to take you to Ho Central, where the President, we're told, has arrived. He will be inspecting the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. Aman Akwesinsia, in fact, Amen Akwesinsia and Samiri Afe are joining us. They will join us shortly as we speak to them on that. But before that, let's go for a quick break.
Let's welcome you to
I'll tell you more about what is happening at Ho Central. You're watching our special coverage of the President
to inspect progress of works on the construction of about 237 store market in the Volta region. So as I'm speaking to you now, President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo just arrived at the market where he's expected to be taken around in a tour. Now we're inspecting how our construction the construction of the whole central market is in 3 phases. First part containing about 88 stores. The second part also containing 58 stores, and the other one is containing 37 stores. And I'm here not doing this alone as Akwesinsia, but I'm here with my colleague Sami Viafe of City TV. Sami, here you are about to voter region once again.
Thank you very much, Kwesi. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you have been taking a tour stores, no, Ankasa, and we share with us what have you been witnessing before Sami engage traders no who will be direct beneficiaries of this stores. No, tell us, how the shops like.
Okay, so may compare or give a bit of a comparison. Similar to the WA Central stores now, President inspected when he visited the Upper West region. It's a similar design and a similar structure. But what's more is we also there's about 200 and something, 37 in all, compared to Warden, which was I think 100 or so. Emune is spacious enough for the traders to more or less pack their wares and have their wares in there to sell. And according to Assembly, they are left with some few touches to be done, and then by close of this year, they will give it out to the market women. Now, normal catcher and they said they've given every trader one session or one store to keep. And they started the registration before almost started construction. And so by the time I'm handy in, it will be an easy one. Will be in the shop number. And our shop there's their number. All of them have their numbers. Who trade and the amount number that and the time you say you're moving in, you're just moving straight to the shop allocated to you, and there won't be any confusion or any basa in terms of allocation to the traders.
Okay, so Kwaku, are there back also one of the shops? Shops comes with light and a ceiling fan. Provided
and your own prepaid meter.
And your own prepaid meter. In a very short time, technical some of the videos now you capture our but so the shop you are talking about at the whole central market. But let's also keep our viewers and listeners informed. Say this is an old market. Yeah, and for redeveloping a old market. Yeah, now what the traders were telling us, it was clustered. It was difficult for it to even get a space to trade because Santa will be a nipa back or the best 3 tables and across it. And but with this one coming on board, it tells you that every trader will be entitled to a shop. And in fact, there's also another one coming up. Because this is a phase 1, phase 2. There's another phase.
That also almost 3 phases.
3 phases, yeah.
Phase 1 is done already. Sure. So this is the second phase, and they are now by next year they'll do the third phase. The third phase of the project. So 1, 2, 3, and their hope is that by the time they are done with the phases, on back clear market to more to get a shop themselves. So a fee for vehicles to move and human activities also take place there.
Okay, so for only a year and then for interaction, it has not come to bear. Every trader Biana or Wahanum and Sanasa development taking place Biano will be assigned to a shop as the names were written some years back.
Yes, definitely. And your mom shop numbers okay. It is a trader, your mom shop number 1 dada. It is assembly baby mamia. I know say me call number 1 mo. Mini obianko prayer MKS me pay will be allocated with the number. So when the assembly officially says, oh, we are done, now take over the shop now. Say I'm going to shop 1, I'm going to shop 2, I'm going to shop 3 without any confusion going to happen at all in terms of the arrangement.
Okay, so Kwakunti, if you can hear the loud sound at our background, is the arrival of the president. Yeah, traders up. Say President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo NPP government has done enough for Omo traders because over the years the traders I cry for this shop. To get a decent place or more able me actually in now when you come here so the shops in the one also consist with a toilet, a washroom, then a police post, there's a fire service station here, and it's all because over the years one of the complaints from our traders say before a fire service now we can make a record of a year Abubuleshin. We can make a record of a year Makola, then Kumasi Central Market. Of late, Honorable Dankwa Kuboche, the Minister for Rural Development, Akachain, of late said the new market now government is a new market that is coming on board with all these involved. a fire service station. Yeah, Kobase Eja Etope. It does not have to take a fire service for to travel about 1 hour or 30 minutes to get to Bebia Ejano Atono. But the janitor, and there is a station there. Quickly they will respond to it. And there's also a fire hydrant. Yeah, every day Biano, every time Biano. We have been told say it's working 24/7. Now Bebia Yedri, after engaging some other officials, no, say or more banner or more ababeje say or more the keys no ebema assembly no. Now it's just left with say on be connected light ade to baby a ye wiem ebi one more on ma connected light no edada. For example, the one that contained the chamber here contained about 88 shops is only left with electrification, of which I've heard say Energy Commission and paid for around in collaboration with Electricity Company of Ghana to do that electrification. So Uber at our back here 37 shops here is already connected to light here to Bemwa also lighter a year juma ceiling fan and so elbow shop BM and so elbow a Harlem. So you can see say this is a fully well built shops are the Emma Yamama 24 year whole central in the Volta region, because this has been their cry over the years.
Because you know, can if you saw the mocks back on there's a mocks mocks are market women so traders no you know until here your left hand right hand side there's a mocks are available for them as well. Until you no the time no so they'll go in there and go and do their prayers and the lives. All like Omeja, shop or no mark or quantity, baby, I call prayers. Where the mocks not be on here. It's up on Park. I know to me in the shop on the slope. Be a fire.
Every whole Central Market Mosque. Whole Central Market Mosque. Yeah, and then Pelfaka said, be one more, but order the biso one more. So, that's our son, said him Muslim for Ayomadeno, while the Butabeko, and so our one more a flow, and the Emma said, be a 24 any anchor high. Because certain for Ekan, they built this market in such a way, say, as a trader, you would not have to move out anywhere. Anywhere, there's a restaurant also here. At the says here, we see Akwaku only say over Accra. We're also going to enjoy ourselves at a restaurant. We have been told that we are going to be the first beneficiaries. So restaurant here may be a no edits. So this is a shop I have built Yamamia 24 year a whole Central Market in the Volta region, because over the years they've been calling for it, and the call and their cry Areche Mampenina Adodanko Akufo, and through his Minister for Rural Development, Decentralization and Local Government, Honorable Daniel Kokuboche, they've adhered to the appeal and the cry of the traders here whole Central Bank. There's also a parking space as well. There's also a lorry station. Yeah, there's also a lorry station here, and so our Bebwa a year phone. So you know time engage Yamaman Edgefobi and so our no more and so actually or money so when they called for this any abide intervention here and so we are being told say construction started one part started in September 2020 and the other part here containing about 37 shops in Oslo started in June 2021. So during the COVID era for so the government of Nana Addo Akufo-Addo was also responding to the needs and call of traders here whole Central Market in the Volta region. So Kwaku, I have with me here the Municipal Chief Executive of Whole Municipality. Honorable, thank you and welcome. This is a live coverage by the Ministry of Information, and you are live on about 8 TV stations across the length of breadth of this country.
Wow, that is wonderful.
So Honorable, tell us, Ejeyi Ebane say, what about this market?
So do you want me to go the tree or I should go?
You can go in.
When it's after 12, my tree normally go to sleep.
Let's do English.
So yes, as you can see, first and foremost, I am happy to be the MC at this time, when the president through the government, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, has built this big market that is never found anywhere in this country. What we know, there's a KJTR and all others. You can see yourself. It is in lots.
These are 4 different lots, put together 152, 102, almost getting to 260, 270 shops, with other auxiliary facilities, 36 toilets, a mosque, offices for the transport union. As you can see, you will see that the transport union offices are given. So it is a modern facility, and the people of whole municipality are so grateful to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his able leadership that he is giving to this country. You see, they are shouting, the government is taking too many loans. I want to put it on record that the loan we have taken, the people of Ho and the Volta region has benefited from it. It is not a loan meant for Chichinga and tea. It is not a loan meant for the president to go and build a house to live in. This is the evidence that you can see for yourself. And I can tell you, the market women are happy, the people of the municipality are happy, and this is not continuation of the GAM project that was built by the NDC government. And the GAM project, I am happy also to tell you, I am fixing electricity into those facilities. It was just a shop or offices built without electricity. And me fixing electricity. So we are the government of the people. We are the government of the day. We carry the people at heart, and without MPP, I don't see any other government that can do this kind of project in an area that we don't derive any political benefit from. But he has considered us as people of the country and also part of Ghana, and in his even distribution of facilities, this is what we have gotten.
Okay, as a municipal chief executive of this municipality, now take us through, how was this place like before putting up these structures? I wish I should be in my office to show you how this place looked like before these facilities, and I will also urge you to move a little into the market. There are some slums still in the market. When you are able to view or walk through the slum, then you can tell how this place look like. And we are not only doing this for any reason. It is going to enhance our local economic development component of our IGF. When this thing is distributed, my brother, the assembly will get IGF through this my quota from the common fund, from all other sources will increase, because I'm going to increase on IGF. So other distribution that comes from other sources will be increased automatically. Okay. We know about, I think this is the first lot, there's a second lot, there's a third lot, there's a fourth lot. Yes. Now, most of them virtually are technically complete. Yes. When are our traders, market women, taking full possession of these shops? You see some of them standing by. That is what they want to hear. We are more than ready to begin allocation to these people, but we have some few external work to be done. Looking at on the right here, we're gonna clear that facility, that toilet facility there, because we have embedded a lot of toilet facilities in this one, and we have to do some drainage system which has already started. We had advertised the pavement, we have awarded it. It will be done in a matter of a month. When this is done, my brother, we will begin allocation. And I want to assure the people, I will not look at faces, I will not look at people, I will not look at callers, but those who are project affected beneficiary will be considered first. Thank you very much. So Kwaku, I've been speaking to the municipal chief executive of Ho municipality in the Volta region. Yana Okachre say some of the projects started by Mampenda John Dramani Mahama and the NDC government or no ebains wabanis our project watching and Kania Akum Senebeya a good 400 ye betcha shops ye were ne omuntimi enyebino so breed nasi ye shops no mini ometimi enya shops and so ewa hono manya e mame bakoa on so ye dwedini mame akwaba. Thank you boko de Patron. Yeah, then Yamia say, unless a major for one mocha and penifone power. I'll speak English. Okay, so now as a trader here, tell us, how was this place before the putting up of these structures?
Thank you. It was in a mess. I'm Vivian Vuvo, whole Central Market Management Committee and a beneficiary. At first, this place was not nice at all. We thank the government for the good work that it has done to the whole township. And the shops that he has built for us, we are happy. It will enhance business. We will not be running a helter-skelter of going up and down with our goods. Rain will not beat us again. We will take our shops back and be inside, sell and develop the whole township. We are thankful. We are very grateful to the government.
Okay. So now the MC was talking about allocation, and basically that is what I know my your other colleague traders here are also waiting for. How were you selected, the traders, and are you sure that all those whose name were penned down are going to be allocated a shop?
Yes, those affected shop owners, MC promises that he will give us first before looking to other people.
So thank you very much. So Kwaku will also be engaging other traders here to also tell us more. But before that, let me also engage the consultant. Yeah, or no, and as I said, one of our longest serving engineers on my Ghana Hadam. Engineer Bokodi.
Yamiadum Boko, Opa Bunti, no Yapa.
Accredited Yamiasi. It will say a Juma way in a Wadaruman, why share I share, giving out the layout plan. But tell us, nay, difficult say ye movie a good phone a free hanum to put up this nice edifice.
Odemedasipi, Sinaonim no, Sisabia bar, there's always resistance. Until you're brave, but fortunately, with the help of the municipal assembly, no, we're able to convince them. And then assure them, so as soon as we finish, they'll be relocated there. So based on that assurance, they moved out and they have cooperated with us. They attend our site meetings, we discuss issues dispassionately with them. So far so good. Doesn't be any problem again.
Okay. Over 8 TV stations and Ajibre a show Sabra Yekase. Now bet me actually some of the components are what was our shop simo.
Okay. Yeah, project in under UDG1 and UDG2. UDG is urban development grant. World Bank financed project. On the UDG1, 88 stores, restaurants, and 24 washrooms. And the first one that you see on the left hand side. On the right hand side, 58 stores, 12 washrooms. So that completes the UDG1. Yeah, by UDG2 now, baby agencies here, 37 stores. Yeah, mosque, because there was a mosque here before we moved in. And Table Bogu, replace Ama. And 12 washrooms, 24 washrooms were. And revenue office, and the transport office, so union offices, so that I can the only project the last one, which is about 70% complete. There were a few issues, but it's going to be resolved as soon as possible. On also all 54 stores, 12 washrooms. So that's where we are now.
In all, we are counting about 237 stores in all. One concern that you get for retirees here say, my stores who is near na emusha measurement the fun way.
Oh, based on the design, your interaction, we give them all options. So what could many crop? Won't say, oh no, they are relatively smaller because space in this one know how to. But fortunately, high. Space in Sunti, compare with what we've done elsewhere. Into a reasonable, and I think once they move in, they'll be comfortable.
Thank you very much, Menyo Brave Rafe. Koku, what is it, many consultant here, did you make a share and sir, and come on now? Let me get to speak to the main contractor. Yeah, a day a Jumay, a man, no, yeah, Waji a Jumay, aye, a Jumay, Ankasa. Contractor Bokodi. Boko, Yeriamasi, ma Ashefo. Entime Entiona Yewuno Udin, your full name and your construction.
My name is Randy Kuma. Our firm is Visual Investments Limited. Yeah.
So now you are the one who actually came on grounds to do this work. Now tell us only what actually na normal area and have you done especially near na omosha dia momo?
Oh, of course, yes. You know, this is a World Bank funded project and there are modalities to go about. So when we came, there were issues that needed to be sorted out, and the Assembly has done that before we came on the ground. There were some few issues, but we managed to sort it out, and here we are today.
So for
oh, of course, yes. Where we are currently, 37 units completed with meters fixed. So as soon as we order hoarding here, you will see that they will allocate it to the various shops.
Okay, thank you very much. So Kaku, you also heard me speaking to the contractor who actually had this contract to work on that year. So President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had just finished taking an inspection of the central market in the Volta region, and this market contains about 237 shops. There's also another phase, which is the last phase coming up. There's also another one that was built by the elsewhere regime of the municipal chief executive, also giving assurance that electricity because traders currently shops here available, and until the other one is why lighting so as far as also coming on stream the last phase of this project. We are wrapping up your engagement on say they are willing to move in. The assurance no about say commission. How are they taking it?
They are very excited, very happy about it. Many drivers no cross
okay,
because you know how both market and a lorry station. Drivers no they're excited about it. Okay. Say there's such a project is coming on board. For them, no, they believe say ye omufi kwan ho a ebe boa with their work, because almost the traffic nature and you be and the cause traffic. But if you're able to move all of them into the shop, and then will help them with their driving activities. And for them, they are very, very excited about it. Traders will believe you say a bit decongested markets. At a point in time, I have very, very congested. But then say there'll be free people will be able activities without any causing any congestion for them. All the stakeholders involved here are very, very excited about this project.
Okay, so Kwaku, it has been me, Akwasi, NCMI, Kisame, Uafe. This is where we bring to a wrap President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo for the inspection of the whole central market in the Volta region. Kwaku.
All right, thank you very much. Akwasinsia and Samaria Fe joining us live from the whole central market, where President Akufo-Addo has just inspected the Ghana Secondary City Support Program, which is a facility that will benefit traders and a lot of people living in the area who deal in wares, as well as we heard from the contractors, the MCE, as well as traders. They are excited that the project is taking shape, and very soon it will be commissioned for traders to have the opportunity to sell their wares to customers in the whole central market. Well, you're watching our special coverage of the President's regional tours. We're focusing on the Volta region because the President yesterday began a 2-day working tour of the Volta region. Today he is on day 2, and he will climax his tour later on today. But let's take you to Pando, because last night the President was there to inspect a steel bridge there. We will go for a break and come back with some more coverage on the President's tour in that region. While we go for that break, we'll leave you with a footage of what happened when the President visited the steel bridge in Pando last night. Have a look at it.
As I speak to you now, we are in the Pando district of the Volta region, where in a short while the President will commission a very important bridge that serves the people of Darfur, which is part of the Pando district. You know, there's never been a bridge in this particular community, and before you could leave the Pando town to Darfur, you need to use a canoe. And the residents here have complained for years that anytime there is heavy rains, which result in flooding, they are unable to cross to the other side of the various towns. Construction started in 2018, according to the contractor. It was supposed to take 2 years, but due to a few issues, it dragged on and it went on for close to 4 years. That's how we are having a commission as of now. It's 175 meters steel bridge, that links the Pando township to towns like Darfur, Nkonya, Warua, Abotiasi, and the rest. If you can see the background of what's happening, but the President just arrived to commission this particular bridge. The women here or the residents here are singing the president's praise because for the first time they've had a bridge that will link them from the Pando town to the Darfur town. It has never happened before. They've never had a bridge here. Anytime they want to cross to the other part or the other town or communities, they have to do that through canoe. And when it rains heavily, they're unable to do that. And so for them having this bridge, it's really good news for them. Not only the bridge for them to walk on, a bridge for vehicles to use as well, motorbikes to use as well to the other side of the community. And according to the contractors or the engineers working on this particular project, now they are able to more or less link them to Rara, Abotiase, Nkwanta, Jasika and the like. So this bridge is a very, very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to support Sheikha Musa bin Nasser in her expression of condolence and sympathies to the new King of the United Kingdom, King Charles III, the royal family, the government and people of the United Kingdom, on the death of the late Queen Elizabeth II. She was a dignified head of the Commonwealth of Nations, an organization of which Ghana is a proud member and will be sorely missed by all. I'm honored to join you to observe the third International Day to protect education from attack. I thank the Director General of UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay, and Her Highness, Sheikha Musa bin Nasser, the founder and chairperson of Education for All, a great champion of education and a tireless SDG advocate, for their kind invitation. Indeed, through the efforts of Her Highness's foundation, in collaboration with Plan Ghana, some 90,000 out-of-school children in some of the most deprived parts of Ghana have been successfully enrolled in school. The stellar work that Education for All is championing across the globe must continue to be an inspiration for all of us. Education should be a right which all of Africa's youth can exercise. Today's youth running barefoot to school could be a future leader of the arts, business, industry, or government. Education is the equalizer of opportunity, and it is the catalyst to the transformation of societies and nations. In the words of one of the greatest, if not the greatest son of Africa, Madiba, Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. As a matter of fact, realizing SDG 4, which demands that we ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, will be crucial to achieving all the SDGs by 2030. We cannot eliminate poverty if citizens are uneducated. We cannot create economic growth and decent employment opportunities without investing in education. And neither can we deploy successfully science, technology, and innovation to solve many of the challenges we face with poorly educated populations. Without education, our hope of creating the future that we all want and need will certainly be a pipe dream. Sadly, however, millions of children the world over are being left behind. Made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic, it is estimated that some 250 million children did not go to school in 2020. Many communities around the world do not have access to schools, teacher resources, and overall quality education. If we do not act now, the prognosis is that in a decade, some 850 million children, that is half of all young people in the world, will not have the most basic skills necessary for the jobs of the future. Unfortunately, as our world endeavors with great difficulty to provide education for all, attack on education continues unabated across the globe. This is a great tragedy of unconscionable proportions. I've been saddened to read from the recent Education Under Attack report, which tells us that in the last 2 years alone, there were more than 5,000 reported attacks on educational facilities across the world. And together with incidents of military use of schools and universities, some 9,000 students and educators in some 85 countries were injured, killed, abducted, arrested, and detained. These inhumane actions are totally unacceptable. We must be unequivocally condemned. Together, we as leaders have the political will and influence to drive the change that we want and need. We must, with a sense of urgency, intensify efforts to ensure that our children have a safe and secure environment in which to acquire the knowledge and skills they need for the future. We in Ghana have put in place measures to help guarantee a conducive atmosphere for education and learning to thrive. The free senior high school policy, introduced by my government in 2017, is guaranteeing a minimum of senior high school education for some 1.7 million children, the highest such enrollment in our history. We're providing learning opportunities for our children so they do not become a tax of recruitment by those who seek to attack education. As we squarely condemn unwarranted attacks on education, going forward, I propose 3 crucial courses of action as follows. Firstly, enhancing advocacy for action. We must continue to leverage key regional opportunities to garner political will and rally support of all stakeholders in all member states. This will be a powerful way to keep the agenda of protecting education from attack at the forefront of global, regional, national, and subnational discussions. Secondly, establishing regional coalitions for regional action. We are at the point where the advocacy, commitments, and momentum need to be translated into concrete actions. The most recent data on attacks on education confirms high levels of attacks in countries in West Africa. This is indeed a worrying trend that has to be addressed urgently. We must act now to defend the region in cases where there are systemic attacks on education. This, together with the coming into force of the historic United Nations Security Council Resolution 2601, passed unanimously by the Council, will give us a fighting chance. Thirdly, mobilizing financing. Parties must support diverse funding channels by humanitarian or action groups, spearheading efforts to address attacks on education. We must also continue to make education a national priority by increasing the scope and quality of educational programs. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that Ghana stands ready to support the call for global action to protect education from attack, leveraging the privileged role that we have as a member of the current composition of the Security Council of the United Nations. And to this effect, we call on all member states to abide by United Nations Security Council Resolution 2601 and to work towards developing concrete national action plans to guarantee safe schools and protect education from attack. The time has come for all of us, as they say, to walk the talk and mobilize the needed resources to combat attacks on education and ensure a safe and conducive learning environment for all children everywhere. We must do so in order to achieve our shared goal of safeguarding the right to inclusive and equitable quality education for all our children, particularly for those in conflict areas. I thank you for your attention.
Mr. President Nana Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, thank you for your words.
Kudus Mohammed is in a blistering form, scoring for Ajax both in the Champions League and then the Dutch Eredivisie. And people are arguing on the internet that Kudus Mohammed is better than Real Madrid's Vinicius Jr. What do you think? Let me know in the comment section down below as I hit the street of Accra to sort the views of some Ghanaians or football-loving fans on what they also think about the topic on board. My name is Emmanuel Enin, and this is another episode of the Sports Debate on GhanaWeb TV. So I have my first guest on the show today, and I'm going to find out from them between Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius Jr. whom would they choose in terms of who is the best player or the better footballer. Let me start with this gentleman. Epacho Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius said the omumi enumawa why now be you know.
Epacho me Kudus.
The intina be Kudus.
Kudus. Chance ya wobenya I make good use of it. And Vinicius nya wobeta answer to Simonsa answer na what me make good use of bako. But Kudus the one is this is official sana ya man no chance no. otumi bo ball ni yie pa to say otumi nya good club ya obey better than Vinicius. Vinicius no tweno embo ano otumi to say has a chance no but mama Kudus onya sa chance no be o kire say onya sa chance no obey better player in future than Vinicius.
So, this gentleman on my right-hand side believes that Kudus Mohammed is more effective than Vinicius Jr. So he will choose Vinicius Jr. Let me move to my left. What's Vinicius and Kudus? Obrason do be choose Kudus. Oh, they ain't be choose.
Oh, maybe Kudus na. Because then I may choose Kudus na yet say like BB because we were serious. When your ball. Why are serious our ball because like we very sure say now we have chances no more than like I dare with my year say one year serious no what did they grow because Cruz so ni near brew ball so me am who say yes say na Cruz no more than or sanya more than experience and we wait my bono now we're so and yes like BBNT.
Okay, so this gentleman believes that Kudus is more effective and is more serious than Vinicius Jr., who would like to dribble and all that. So he will go for Kudus Mohammed. Now let me move to another gentleman. It seems so Kudus ni Vinicius, so they ain't be choose.
Okay, maybe they see that Kudus is better than Vinicius, but to me, as a football, Vinicius is far better than Kudus. Their difference is, first of all, look at the teams that they are playing. And at least 90 minutes, how many chances can Kudus create? And 90 minutes, how many chances can Vinicius create? Vinicius go free create like even 30 chances, at least 3 of them will make good use. You understand? And compared to team, Vinicius is the one help Benzema to do the teamwork and take Champions League. The two of them, how many assists Vinicius have to Benzema before he's going to get the Ballon d'Or? So if you look at Vinicius, he's someone who can let defender tires. He tired of defenders. Even if you don't score them, but he tie them and somebody to come and score them. How do you understand? He go first create like 5 chances at first half. Kudus, unless he get though, let's say Kudus, you know how to score. So who go create the chance for Kudus? So to me, Vinicius is more better than Kudus. At the same time, Madrid team have a weight past Ajax. How do you understand? Kudus is trying to get to where Vinicius gets. How do you understand? Let's say, if a Madrid try Kudus, how will he perform like Vinicius? Ask yourself, as comparison. So, to my opinion, I would say that Vinicius is more better than Kudus in football side. Okay.
So, it's been an interesting opinions here, and it seems Kudus Mohammed has 2 so far, and Vinicius Jr. also having 1 over there. Let me move to another gentleman here. Okay. Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius Jr. Who will you choose?
I will choose Kudus Mohammed because in every match he play, he is not getting much time like how Vinicius get at Real Madrid. But if he gets more chance, he's proven that he is more worth than Vinicius Jr. Because the chances that Vinicius Jr. used to get, I believe if Kudus get the same as the way he is doing at Real Madrid, I think he will do better than that. So me, I would choose Kudus.
Okay, so far Kudus Mohammed seems to be winning the arguments over here, and these are some interesting opinions from fans on the street regarding Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius Jr. Yama Kudus and Vinicius, I want to be
Vinicius.
Didn't I be Vinicius?
Oh, Sebono or Bonnie dear, Cecilia dear, won't show crowd better make a word best. Because we say Bobia or for Suso Beshe go. Now, Amunya be to crowd for Suso Beshe, their last go now. No, they are Canyon because Sapple and the Nyagro. Me penasem papa. Me Chelsea fans, but Vinicius the Bobo papa. Bobo papa. Oh, cra. She. Masa Vinicius na who can say move. And now you check clips no here. Me want the clips dey be. Last boy be now you know the stadium boy Shamasa or ball rough. And Vinicius there. Or senior player. Now who show so rare say Benzema kwa or no be ebia rare bia obia because say na you say Hazard be ball no say enti say Vinicius because say Hazard wa ba for and to me bobo to say Vinicius enti never dey say Benzema ni ho a ono kwa betimi a lead omu e wo mu group no say na omu ti no na this year nso me watch chess ba mefa because ball mu bo no dey anya go say small bobo ba ye shakra ye show mu at least onzo ono anka so woni goal o she ti say last 2 weeks Saturday onzo o she goal ansana eti ye na enti ball no dey bobo Vinicius or player pa.
So he believes that Vinicius Jr. is more talented than Kudus Mohammed, and even at Real Madrid, in the absence of Karim Benzema, Vinicius Jr. does the job for Real Madrid. So he believes that Vinicius is the better player.
I'm not a footballers, but in terms of football play, they are maybe Vinicius also. But I say, I am money for Ghana and maybe Kudus. But Vinicius, in terms of football, or no, or ahead of Kudus.
Is our cancer me?
But
they ain't a we
or maybe Vinicius.
Didn't have for Vinicius.
Oh, in terms of football, because me I say me a Real Madrid fans. Because me show credit to all the my team no. Or him saying Kudus. One line. And say no na because say na no say show one ila mo lead here. Akola no de all be kan ho all year dey no angasa o need to one line to me sure me Vinicius number 1. Yeah.
Okay. So he will choose Vinicius because he's a Real Madrid fan, and looking at what Vinicius has done for the club since he joined them, he believes that Vinicius is the better player. But if they give you Kudus Mohammed, then Vinicius Jr., who will you go choose?
That one, I will take Vinicius.
Why you go choose Vinicius?
Like Vinicius he get the qualities. Although Mohamed Kudus he be strong, he get the skills but you know Vinicius be skillful. That one like me myself, if I be winger, I dey play 11. So like I love those kind of players like Vinicius because of him footwork and things. So I will take Vinicius. That one how Kudus be Nima boy, we know him. We all all the Nima boys we know him, we dey support him, but you know Vinicius now.
If they give you Kudus, then Vinicius Jr., who will you take?
I will support Vinicius.
You will take Vinicius?
Yeah.
Why you choose Vinicius?
Because Vinicius he gets speed, you know, in finishing and things already on point. So to me, I will take Vinicius.
Pass Kudus.
Yeah, pass Kudus. Yeah.
Why you figure say Kudus no reach me?
Oh, Kudus is a very good player, but to my opinion, then what me I suggest I will take Vinicius. Trust me. I know. I don't know, but me I just like Vinicius. That be all. Yeah.
Also, this one Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius.
Yes.
So me no your mouth say choose ba kwa hwana be.
Efa Kudus Mohammed.
Didn't na be Kudus.
Kudus e no pro no. See, the ball na bono. A serious ball na bono. Didn't me fa.
Didn't na be fa. Why Ghana need?
Ghana ball na bono. On fa agro di. Di agro. Vinicius di agro. Kudus di agro. Ball serious ball na bono.
So he believes that Kudus Mohammed is better than Vinicius Jr. because Vinicius like entertainment too much, and with Kudus Mohammed he is serious and he does everything simple on the pitch. So that's why he will choose Kudus over Vinicius Jr. Okay, so still on the Vinicius and Kudus Mohammed debate, I have about 4 gentlemen here whom I'm going to ask what they think about Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius Jr. Let me start from my extreme left. Boss, we are now Kudus Mohammed, or if they give you Kudus Mohammed, okay, Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius Jr., who will you choose?
Actually, maybe they give you Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius. Maybe I'll choose. It's not maybe I'll choose Vinicius. Because like every player like this, some of them they wish to get Champions League, and Mohammed Kudus also trying to get, but Vinicius already have it and get Champions League. I was like the way Mohammed get, but he's only one. Not get plenty like Vinicius. I used to choose, and he playing a big team. Every player like to be in that team. Yeah.
What about you?
Vinicius. I like it. Yeah, because pass. Bobo pa na mi file na mi penasa.
Okay, let me move to my right. Who you go choose?
Well, me even though I'm a Ghanaian, but and against I'm a Barcelona fan, but I'll say the truth. I'll go for Vinicius Jr.
Barcelona fan?
Yes.
Vinicius Jr.
Yeah, I'll go for Vinicius because he's a very fantastic player. Okay. Seriously, he can play ball even more than Kudus. Seriously, even though Kudus is a great player for we Ghana, but Vinicius is a great player.
So it's been an exciting episode on the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we've had an interesting opinions regarding who is the better player between Kudus Mohammed and Vinicius Jr. See you in the next episode. My name is Emmanuel Enin.
Is in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board. I was invited together with other African creators. In this vlog, we are visiting Usambi village, which is about 40 minutes drive from Kigali. Hi guys, we are back again, Chale, as part of my videos here in Kigali, Rwanda. I'm currently here at Usambi village. Here we are going to be seeing a lot of bird species, specifically the crane bird. And I've heard a lot of stories about this crane bird. People used to keep them hostage at their homes. They used to cut the feathers of the birds. The birds are kept here for people like us to have a look at them. So let's go, let's see what they have in here. I hope you're enjoying my videos here in Kigali, Rwanda. Let's go, guys.
Good morning. How are you? Good. You're welcome at Musambi village. Yeah, I'm going to give you like a brief introduction about Musambi village, why Musambi village exists, and then afterwards the Christian will take you around. So Musambi village is a nature reserve and a sanctuary for the grey-crowned cranes that were rescued from captivity. People used to have these birds that you see here, the cranes, in their homes and hotels. And when they had them somewhere, like chopping off the wings to stop them from flying, which is not good, and it's illegal to have cranes in homes or in captive. To start this, we started in 2014 as a project, and it became a local organization called Rwanda Wildlife Conservation Association. If you can see, it is written here on my shirt. And this organization is the one that established Musambi village after seeing that we had disabled cranes, which were from people's homes. As I said, people were chopping off the wings, and we wanted a safe place where we can pull them to rebreed and multiply. The reason why we worked on cranes, it's because they're endangered, like they're very few in the country, and we wanted to see how we can increase the population of cranes in Rwanda. And after that, after doing we did census before we do anything else. In the whole country, we had like 500 plus. But these days we have, actually last week we did census, and we have 166 cranes in the country. This tree is called, in English, the fire frame.
Fire friend.
Fire frame. This one. The reason is when it's in the dry season, it sheds off all the leaves and then it remains with the red flowers.
Oh,
we,
yes.
we will probably see some. Around the world, the tree is endangered. But in Rwanda, basically, and it comes up with the power of a story. So in Rwanda, like a long time ago, there was a king, and he had gone to hunt with some I don't know if they're called soldiers, and a buffalo charged at them, and it hit the king, and the king fell on the tree and he climbed. So when the buffalo saw the
red plants,
yeah, it thought maybe it was fire and it went back. So from that moment, the king said it's a protector. So in Kinyarwanda we call it umurinzi or umuko, you know. And because of that, like, many people in Rwanda plant the tree as a protector from maybe to chase away bad things. And so in Rwanda it's a success story that the tree is still, you can still see many of the trees here in Rwanda. But when you go to Madagascar, if you Google like fire frame tree, you're going to check in Madagascar, it's really an endangered tree species. And can you tell the difference between a male and a female? And it's so hard. So sometimes people will keep praying and they think maybe that is a male and a female. The flight feathers.
Okay.
You know, and in that some birds were hurt. They could not fly anymore. You know, maybe like you harm the whole wing. So when we started the like this process of rescuing them from the homes where they were kept as captives to, you know, like rehabilitate them, and then for them to be able to fly. The birds that were not able to fly, they would face a great danger when you take them to the national park, because of the place, you know. So we decided to have a village for them. So that's why we call it Umusambi village. Like it's a village for the cranes.
Okay.
Yes.
So do people still have some of the cranes at their various homes?
No. Now there's a policy that all the wild birds and all the wild animals should go back to the national park.
So it would be very illegal.
Yes.
As of now. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow, we are learning a lot. Which are you learning?
I'm learning. Well, I can't get a crane, but a crane means I'm rich.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, we've seen some of the cranes, but then they were quite far from us. So we are getting closer to them for you all to see. This is my first time seeing a crane, and yeah. So yeah, let's go, guys.
Living the African like when you come in the morning, usually when the birds wake up in the morning, the first thing they want to do is be territorial. Like, this is my land, you can't come here. So they make a lot of noise. First we hear as if it's singing, but it's trying to tell the other person this is my place.
So the amazing thing about this place is there are birds chirping everywhere, and it's fresh, it's serene, it's beautiful. And guess what, the sun is out now. Listen closely. Do you guys hear them? It's beautiful. Christian, how long has this this place been in existence?
So it was opened in 2020.
Okay.
During the COVID-19 times.
Oh, it's a young place.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the very first time actually we're having many visitors.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, would there be any development here aside from this bird species here?
Yeah. We probably, as time goes, we can introduce even other species, including, like, for example, grazers. It's a long-term plan. Okay. Also, this is like a model of what can be done from a marsh. maybe we can replicate this to other parts of the country.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to show you an example. One of the importance of a mash. And it also has a story. It's a tree that we use in Rwanda to make drums for the king. You know, we call it umuvugangoma in Kinyarwanda. I don't know if I translate it in another language. Yeah, but when it grows, it is hollow inside, and when you put like a hide, a very dry hide around it, and you drum, it makes the loudest, most beautiful noise. Yeah.
Josephine.
Hi.
We are good.
Enjoying the place.
Yes, so she is from Rwanda.
Yes, guys.
Yes. And she's a tour guide.
Yes, this is my home. This is my industry. I'm feeling like home, sweet home. Yeah.
We are currently entering into the butterfly house. If you love butterflies like I do, you will probably love it here. So can we go inside with our bags? How are you?
I'm fine.
Thank you. So how many butterflies are we going to see?
I have more than 70 in the 4 species.
Oh.
There's 70 individual and 4 species.
Oh, look at him.
Oh. Welcome in the butterfly house.
Thank you. So this place is full of butterflies. Look at him. Look at this. What plants are these?
So these are native trees. We get the seeds from one of the rainforests in Rwanda called Inyungwe.
So guys, this brings us to the end of my time here at this village. I had a lot of fun. The place is beautiful, it's green, it's nice, it's refreshing. Hearing the birds chirping is good. I mean, this is a place, it's a popular place for you to visit whenever you find yourself in Rwanda, whenever you find yourself here in Kigali. So until next time on my next video, here from Kigali, Rwanda. Bye. I love you all. There is also a restaurant here. You can come have some food. So you need to call them in advance so they could get your food available for you. So yeah, this is it's very beautiful.
Special effect basically is not just about the wound and all those things. We have the likes of the transformations, trying to change someone into an old man, trying to create a character, maybe a witch or an alien. We have what we call the sweat effect. Maybe someone is being engaged in an activity and is sweating. All those things are special effects.
And I'm happy you could join us for another beautiful episode of People and Places here on your favorite channel, GhanaWeb TV. Before I go any further, let's take a look at these. Well, these are works produced by my guest today. He is an award-winning special effects artist and a prop director. We'll be meeting him right after this break. My name is Wanda Mihagan. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for joining us. This is still People and Places. Our guest today is, like I said earlier, an amazing person. His work speaks for itself. He has quite a number of names I've seen, so I'm just going to ask him which of them he's more comfortable with. Hello.
Hi.
And welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you for making time to speak to us.
Welcome.
You're a big man.
That's what people say, but yeah.
And you have a lot of names: Nathaniel Cruz, Nathaniel Amewuga, and then there's Cruz K.
Yes.
Which of them do you usually prefer them?
So Cruz K is actually the brand name.
The most popular.
Yes,
okay.
That's my brand name. But then on Facebook, that's when it's Nathaniel Cruz.
Okay.
Yes, but then Cruz K, my real name is Nathaniel Amewuga. Yes.
Okay. F1.
Hey,
do you speak good away?
Oh yeah, I speak good
away. Solid away.
Yes, I'm 100%. Just that most people don't know. Yes.
Okay, so what you do is called special effects makeup.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing this for?
I'll say this is my 6th year. Yeah,
Okay,
this is my
6
6th year.
Wow. And why this kind of art?
You know, I don't know how to say, but it just came. I realized I had the art talent around 2015, 2016. Yes, that was when I realized it. So I decided to actually put that art talent into special effects.
2015, 2016, what were you by then? Were you in school?
Yes, so 2016, that was when I actually went into my tertiary. I came to GH Media School. I was actually a student from here. And currently
so you're teaching in your own alma mater.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't mention that he's actually a tutor here. He's a lecturer here. So he came back to, help students get to the point where he is now. And he's doing amazing at that as well.
Yeah. So basically that was how it started. Yeah.
I mean, I want to know why this kind of art, because there's a lot of art out there. There's pencil sketching, there's painting, there's sculpture, there's so many other things. What in particular made you choose this?
Okay, so I just feel you need to actually find yourself in your comfort zone. Initially, special effects wasn't really a plan for me. I wanted to be an actor. Anything entertainment, I'm there. So I realized, okay, if I have this art talent, what area in the film space can it actually be useful for? Yes, so that was when I actually started drawing my hypothesis and realized special effects in Ghana was really, let me say, down. People didn't really pay attention to it. So I was like, okay, and I also believe in making change. So why don't I actually take the mantle and actually make that change? So I decided to actually then do special effects.
So it was inspired by your desire to act, or being in the acting and film industry.
Yes.
Okay, and how has the journey been so far? Before you get to that though, what was growing up for you like before you got to the point where you wanted to act? What did you want to be? Have you always wanted to act?
I wouldn't say I had wanted to be an actor in future. For me, I'd wanted to be like a pilot, a land surveyor, because I'm good in this calculations. I'm good in the technical aspect. I'm good in the geography. I'm really good in all those aspects. So I wanted to be a pilot or like a land surveyor. Yeah. So it was after my SHS and let me say I actually failed my exams though. Yeah.
Okay, what did you study in SHS?
I actually did general arts.
Okay.
But then when I was in SHS, I was having more interest in the drama club kind of thing. And usually I used to do the stage thing, but I didn't see myself to be an actor one day. But it was through my SHS level and after school, I realized, okay, I think this acting thing is really something I should pay attention to. So that was when it started.
So what was your favorite character back then?
Yeah, that's Tom Cruise. So that was where the Cruise name came from.
Okay.
Tom Cruise was actually my favorite of all favorites. So it was through that I actually decided to pick the name Cruise. But funny enough, a lot of people were named Cruise and all that. So I decided to do mine Kruz.
Okay.
And actually did the research and I realized it was a name used in America before but not used anymore. So okay, why don't I pick this name? It's nice. So since there have been a lot of cruises, I will be the king of all the cruises. So I did the Cruise K.
Okay.
So it is actually King Cruise, but I just want to make it a little artistic. So Cruise K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And when you decided to go into acting, what was the reaction from people around you, your family, your partner? Do you have a girlfriend?
No, assistant. I'm single.
Okay. But people around you generally, what was the reaction from them like? Did they support what you wanted to do?
It has been tough, really tough, because nobody actually thought of that. So it was difficult for people to actually buy into the idea, especially my family. When it even comes to the support aspect, no one was really willing to actually give her that support, because among let me say 78 grandchildren, I was actually the very first to
78 grandchildren?
Yeah, we are lots. Yeah, those.
Hey, sir, out of how many children? I'm curious.
Okay, that's like 16 children from my camp.
What, from the same?
No, two.
Okay. So that's up.
Yeah, so I decided I was actually the first to actually venture into the entertainment industry, and they were not all willing to, because I'm very brilliant, and I actually, the only thing that happened was me failing my SHS exam. But then in JHS, I actually topped almost the Nungwa district. That was 2011. I had the highest grade there. So
what happened in SHS?
You know, it happens. That's destiny. That's nature. You cannot actually cheat nature. You cannot decide for nature. So it was through that if I hadn't failed, I wouldn't find myself in this position.
Okay.
Right? So I'm basically using that to actually the intelligence or whatever to still push through the arts space. So now I'm actually a facilitator, so it doesn't mean I failed my life.
No,
I only failed an exams, not my life.
It probably was just a means to another.
Exactly. So it was difficult for my family to really accept that decision. It was not easy, but I had people who were actually discouraging me from church. One lady was like, the acting industry is dead, and you not get paid, you don't have to even try it. And I was like, no worries, no problem, I'm going to push through, I'll try it. Let me go and make it first.
Okay.
Let me give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll come back.
And you have proved the world.
Proved everyone
that you could. So, take us through the process. You had the idea in 2016. What was the journey like? Did you just wake up one day and decided to get your products? Who was your first model? Take us through the whole journey.
Everything came when I was in school in GH Media. And I went to acting class one day, and our directing lecturer, Major Vine, he was actually the one who taught us a little of Halloween makeup. He was just doing a sketch of Halloween makeup because he's a director. He studied in German film school, so he has the knowledge of makeup and all that. So he just did a little of that, and I was like, this is so nice. I was loving the whole thing. So I came to the hostel that night and actually borrowed a friend's laptop, and I was using the school Wi-Fi, and I went online watching more videos on YouTube and all that, and I realized, okay, this looks pretty interesting. So I decided to take, and funny enough, there were no materials by then in Ghana, and as it stands, there are still no materials. So watching the videos and trying to create the thing was so difficult because you don't have the materials available. So how then do you create? So I decided to start doing more research and finding ways to improvise and still do good special effects.
Okay.
So yes, that was actually my agenda from the very beginning, trying to improvise, talking to people who were there before me. I wasn't the one who brought special effects. I only drove people's interest into special effects. But then there were pioneers who were already doing. Mr. Johnson, who did Chewa, the makeup we used to watch when we were kids. He was the one who did that, the Chewa movie. So I spoke to them, and Mr. Kojo Hilton, the art ambassador for West Africa. He's actually in Ghana. And so I actually do my hypothesis, trying to find information, get more information. So they were doing it before, so I was looking at ways to improvise. So that was when everything started. Before I even started getting my products from Nigeria, which is actually our neighboring country. So that's where there's a shop.
That's where you get your
That's where I get my products.
Okay.
Yes, but then when I started, I was still using the normal food color, the glue, the tissue, the cotton. It's all about your creativity. So
it's been progress.
It's been progress. Yes.
And the products you get from Nigeria, are they very expensive?
Yes, special effect products generally are expensive.
Okay.
Yes, and also getting from Nigeria, because they also get from UK. The owner is in UK, so she gets the things to Nigeria, and getting from there, it's now more expensive than getting it straight from that side.
Okay. Now I've seen a lot of your works, and I'm thinking you must really love horror movies, or you watch a lot of, gory graphic videos to be able to do the kind of things you do. Is that where you get your ideas from?
But funny enough, growing up, I never loved such movies.
Okay.
Even the Chewa thing, I'm saying that because that particular movie, Chewa, Jan Tutu, and all those movies, when my mom is watching them, I actually put my hand in my ears or probably use a pillow to cover my head, because if I watch that, I have bad nightmare. Like I can't even eat if the thing is bloody. If they're doing a funeral in our hometown, they said if I'm being notified that a dead body was transported through this lane, I wouldn't use that road for. I wouldn't use that lane for a week.
Okay.
So like I grew up scared of such things. So now, until my mom saw me do this thing the first day, she was saying if she never saw me do it, she would never believe it.
Okay.
Because she knows I'm scared of blood. I don't see stuff like that.
So how did the vim come?
I don't know. It just came. It just came because I put myself to task. I wanted to make a change. So I have to fight the phobia. So yes. And even till now, if I see real incidents, I sometimes can't stand. Okay. So if I watch it, I don't watch it from that perspective anymore. I rather watch it from the creating perspective, so I can actually do more creating like they do.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I think I love horror films. So if you come to my house, my movies are all horror.
Big transformation.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Do you also do normal makeup? I mean, normal makeup, which is not special effects.
Yeah. So basically, yes. Makeup is makeup. If you want to do special effects, obviously you need basics of the normal beauty makeup. I keep trying to make this thing clear to people that special effects, it's actually, let's say, the motherboard of makeup. All right, it's actually the motherboard of makeup. So even the beauty makeup still is called special effects, because under special effect we have what we call special effect makeup cosmetic.
Okay.
That's when you use the normal foundations and everything. So the beauty makeup people do, we still call it special effect. The reason why we add special to is maybe we do a little of 3D attachments and enhancements and all that, so we call it special. It is very special. Yeah.
I have some more interesting questions for you, but we want to take a break at this point and join Enam while she gives us some facts about Ghana. We'll return and continue the conversation. Stay with us.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Ghana's first children's park was started in 1979 and known as Accra Children's Park or Rich Park. It was later renamed after Guinean playwright and children's author Efua Sutherland. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Welcome back from that quick break. Thank you, Enam, for giving us some tidbits about Ghana. And so, in this part of the interview, we are going to be more interactive. It's going to be more practical. We are going to see what Nathaniel does on a normal day. He's going to demonstrate something interesting to us. And that is why you see his trolley here with all his tools. Nat, can I call you that, by the way, or you just prefer Queen's cane? Okay. So, what's your favorite tool among all of these?
I would go for my tiny brush.
Why?
This brush is actually the magic tool because it does almost all the detailed works.
Okay.
You know, the reason people see my work online and they're like scared and all that is because I pay attention to details, and that is why I teach my people.
Okay.
Detail is everything. So once your details are clear, it looks so real. It looks like the real incident. So this is the little magic.
That's the that's a magic tool for
exactly,
you.
Man.
Okay. And what are you going to be doing for our audience?
Okay, so you know, we don't have enough time, so we can do a laceration.
Okay.
Laceration basically is like a deep cut, but then the doctors and the science term for that is called laceration. Yes, when the tissues are torn and all that. So yeah.
Okay, so let's start and then we'll just continue. He's going to be doing this on my hand, by the way.
Okay, so I think we'll have to begin. So the first thing usually you have to do in special effects is you always have to make sure your working area is clean, because these things are more of chemicals and it might react and give you some reaction. So always make sure your working area is really clean. So you can use like a wipe or a sanitizer or something to just take it off. So I think I have, sorry, my arm have a little injury. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna clean my area nicely. Alright, so you can rest your arm.
Okay.
Then?
Okay, so while we do this, I'd like to ask, aside lacerations and wounds and bloody stuff, what else do you do with special effects?
Okay, so you know, special effect basically is not just about the wound and all those things. We have the likes of the transformations, trying to change someone into an old man, trying to create a character, maybe a witch or an alien. We have what we call the sweat effect. Maybe someone is being engaged in an activity and is sweating. All those things are special effects.
So you're able to make someone look like they're crying?
Yes.
I saw a picture on, I think, your Twitter handle. It looked like the person had a vampire look. So there was the teeth and then there was the scary eyes.
Good.
How do you do that?
So that you actually wear a contact lens.
Okay.
And the teeth too, you can buy it or you can create it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. So for me, I told you I actually grew up in the industry as doing more of improvisation. So I basically create all those things myself.
What were some of the things you used to use before you actually started getting your products?
Yeah, so the likes of flour and Vaseline to actually create your wax. So that's how we create our wax here. Yes, and then food color and probably honey could actually give you a black effect. So
then aside the transformation, you can make a lady look like a man.
Exactly.
And a man look like a lady.
Yes.
Magic.
So the first thing I have to do is put my adhesive, my glue. So you can actually use the how do we call the top bond glue, the white glue for the carpenters. Yes. So it actually helps you do very amazing, especially.
Do any of these products create allergies?
Yeah.
Or have you had an encounter like that with any of your models?
Not really. The only thing sometimes it feels uncomfortable because special effect naturally is supposed to be like that. Even with the already made products, they are uncomfortable. Sometimes the smell and some of them create some itchiness after you are done, but it doesn't really give you reactions, but it's the nature of the product. Yeah, so usually when we are working on you professionally, you have to educate your clients because especially in Africa, people are new to things like this, so they may think, oh, I'm getting reaction, please take it off, I'm scared of my skin, but usually they are very safe for the skin. The only problem is maybe if you are asthmatic, the smell may trigger your asthma, so we have to stop or probably find a way to do it without you getting your asthma thing.
Okay, so what is this here?
So this is actually Vaseline. So Vaseline, actually any petroleum gel can actually help you do your blending. So we have to now blend into the skin to make it feel more natural. So that it doesn't look like something was attached to the skin.
What's the most difficult makeup you've had to do so far in your 6 years of profession?
Okay, I think when I was actually trying out my first bowed cap, trying to improvise how to create bowedness. Yes, I was trying to improvise, but it was not working out, and I had to use let me say the hospital latest gloves. Yes, to improvise. But then
how did you do that?
You actually tie the fingers and get like a knot. So you wear the open space, so you have to wear it on the head, but usually it's very tight, so it gives you that mark around the head, and it doesn't really work. So that was my first time. So I realized there was no other means to actually improvise to get it perfect unless you have to buy the bowed cap itself. There's a bowed cap sold already made. So yeah.
And what kind of people do you work with?
For me, I work with anyone. Yes, so far as you need my service, you are my client. So
do you have international clients?
Yes, I do. I have international clients.
From where? Which countries?
From Nigeria, South Africa, America. I did a recent job, that's War from the Archives, with Hassan. He was part of the Black Panther crew cast, the warriors who actually did the Black Panther. He was part of them. So we did a project, a short film, War from the Archives.
And that was also as a result of recommendation?
Yes. No, he actually searched online. I worked with one of my directors, and he came. We wanted to do a film, and he actually volunteered to be a part of it. And we met him through that. So yes.
And how is doing this kind of work in the Ghanaian industry? How would you describe it? Is it difficult?
Very difficult. Very, very difficult, because people still haven't gotten the whole idea. So it makes the income level difficult, because right now if I'm trying to do this, and also the perception people create about art itself, not special effects alone, is so bad, because they don't respect artists, and I think that has been a major problem from the beginning in Ghana. So someone calls you for a job and it'll be like, how much are you charging? They'll be like, when you charge, it'll be like, oh, this is just but it's not like that. If you want to employ someone, you don't just employ someone because of what the person's come to do for you. It took me years, it took me more money to actually invest into myself. So if you go on my page, most of the works there were my personal work. I paid people to do that and post it to build my portfolio. So if you call me for a job, that alone should tell you that I am capable to do what you want me to do. That's why you came for me. So you don't have to just pay me what you are paying part
you get that
of my
a lot,
investment. Oh yes, that has been,
especially from Ghanaians.
So that has been my fight with most people in the industry.
So it means that the reception or the reaction is better with international clients?
Yes, because they understand the job. They brought it, so they know what goes into it. With this, if sometimes you're going to work, our things are expensive. So getting a product, I might not say because I'm come to create a wound for you, is just this small wound. If I want to create a wound, I'd have to use a wax, I'd have to use a toning paint, I'd have to use spirit gum. So just to do this wax can even cost us like 1,000 cedis for products. But here, if you even say that amount for products, they'll say, how much am I even paying you?
It's not seen like that.
Yes. So it's really a major problem I think we should address.
But is there improvements? Like, was it like that since you started, or people are getting to appreciate it?
Obviously, people are getting to appreciate it. When I started, it was not like that, but I think it is getting better, and I know it will get better. I'm actually done with my toning. So, another thing in special effects is you get your blending right and your toning right. So once you get that right, everything works perfect.
So what did you use to get these colors?
So basically, we have the toning paints. It comes in different shades. We have the dark brown, we have the normal brown, and then we have the light brown. So depending on the shade of the person, you actually mix. So you have to mix to get the right tone.
Right. So what's next?
So now I would have to do my cutting, but before that, I would want to kill the shine by using a normal baby powder. We call it translucent powder. So I'm just going to use a little of that to kill the shine.
While we try to wrap up our laceration that is being created by our genius special effects artist, let's talk about the number of awards he's won. This one I would have to read out because they're awesome. So we have the best special effects makeup artist from the Ghana Beauty Awards 2021. We have the Discovery of the Year Fashion and Lifestyle Awards 2019. We have the prestigious West Africa Photo Arena Awards 2019, and he's won the Makeup Artist of the Year at the Ghana Arts and Culture Awards. Which other awards have I not mentioned?
Okay, we have the Youth Excellence Award, where
the YE
yes, the Youth in Filmmaking. Yes, I remember I was in this category with Kobe Rana and then Andy Tete. Yes, and I actually won.
Okay, so now how do all these, how does getting all these awards make you feel? Because when you started, you didn't have the support you needed, but now you're doing it and you're getting better at it, and the world is getting to recognize what you do. How does that feel?
It feels good, it feels amazing doing something and being appreciated. That has always been something most blacks don't know how to do. Sometimes a white man will even step on the streets and just compliment someone who is wearing a dress. Like, you look amazing. You've brightened the person's day. So, you know, appreciating someone's work gives the person the courage to do more. So at least I feel better when I'm being appreciated. Okay, so I think we are getting there. Yeah, so I think let me make it more gory. Put some blood here. And then I can spread it nicely. So, she go back.
This looks like a machete wound.
Yeah.
Or like I got really cut really bad. And I hate blood, trust me. But I mean, I'm not feeling all the things I would have felt if it was real blood, because this is art. But it actually looks like the real thing. It does, and it's fantastic work. In about 4 or 5 years, where should we see Chris K?
Oh, in 4 or 5 years, we should see Chris K as the game changer.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I really have plans of, and that has been my whole journey, make a change. So in 4 or 5 years, you should see that change. Yes.
Amazing. Okay, we are wrapping up. But before we do, I mean, our guest looks very calm and, you know, cool and all that. But what you don't know is that he may be a wild person. Am I wrong or right?
What?
You're a wild person.
Oh, yeah.
You have a wild fashion sense.
Oh, yes.
It's covered under his scalp, but you have dyed hair, right?
Yes.
Blue
I
and
have the pink and the blue thing. Yes. That actually means hot and cold. It's actually growing, so I covered it.
And you have these embellishments on your teeth.
Those basically I feel are my artistic colors.
Okay.
Yes. You know, it actually means I'm cold and I'm hot. Yes.
So that's the blue and pink.
Yes.
Because that's also on your teeth.
Yes.
So it's a color you go with.
Exactly.
But what inspired that?
It comes. You know, art actually comes with a lot of things. So.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, and I'm really glad we could do this together. And thank you for sharing your story with the rest of the world. And thank you out there for joining us. It's been another beautiful episode of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Expect somebody who has another great story in our next edition of the show. Before you go, any words to people who want to learn or want to aspire to be like you?
And all I can say is I'm not the big man yet, and I'm not that what to do yet. But all I can say and tell people is, if you want to do something, the best way is to do a lot of research and always make sure that you are passionate about what you're doing. Let it be the passion. The passion will definitely bring the money. So be happy at what you're doing, and trust me, we will all make it together.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nathaniel Ameruga. He is a special effects artist, award-winning special effects artist. So that's how we wrap up. Thank you again. See you in the next edition. My name is Wanda Mihagan. Stay safe.
Morning and welcome to the Minister's Press Briefing here at Ministry of Information. Today we have invited all of you here at the instance of the National Cybersecurity Authority for the media launch of the National Cybersecurity Week month celebration, which is supposed to take place in October. We have with us some dignitaries who I will introduce, after which we'll go for some remarks and the substantive presentation by the Acting Director General of the authority. With us this morning, we have The members of the Joint Cyber Security Committee, if you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have directors from the authority with us this morning. We have with us the Director of FNA, Ministry of Information, Madam Patricia Dovi-Sampson, with us this morning. Also with us, we have Mr. Daniel Jampo, President of the ISACA Ghana chapter. We also have with us Engineer Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe, the CEO of Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. We also have with us Dr. Albert Anchibuesiako, as I mentioned earlier, the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority. Joining us this morning is our special guest, Honorable Amapoma Boateng, Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. She is also the Member of Parliament of Drabane constituency in the Ashanti region. Without wasting much time, I will invite the Honorable Deputy Minister for her remarks. Thank you.
Good morning. The Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakari, the Acting Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, Dr. Albert Nchiboisi, Executive Officer of Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Dr. Engineer Kenneth Ashigbe, Major General Dr. Emmanuel Kotia, CEO of Ghana Boundaries Commission, the President of ISACA Ghana Chapter, Mr. Daniel Jampo, members of the Joint Cyber Security Committee, members of the media fraternity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I am delighted to be here this morning for the media launch of the forthcoming National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which comes off from 1st to 31st October 2022. As part of the Safer Digital Ghana Awareness Program, launched by the Vice President, Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, in October 2018, focusing on children, the public, business and government. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is committed to its digitalization efforts in attaining a reliable and robust digital economy. As a matter of fact, the government's desire to accelerate inclusive growth through greater efficiency, transparency and accountability in the delivery of public services has led to the implementation of various digitalization projects, including mobile money interoperability, a universal QR code payment system, a national identification system, the e-passport system, the Ghana.gov infrastructure, and the paperless port system, among others. That notwithstanding, the digital space is prone to varying cyber attacks, and this must be a concern for everyone. In October 2021, Interpol reported that cybercrime reduced the GDP of African countries by more than 10%, which was an equivalent of $4.12 billion. In Ghana, there has been an increase in cyber-related incidents and crimes due to the over-reliance on information communications technology, ICT, for socio-economic activities. The most prevalent cyber incidents received in 2020 by the Cybersecurity Authority through the Cybercrime Incident Reporting Points of Contact, launched in October 2019, were online fraud, online access, online blackmail, online impersonation, and the publication of non-consensual intimate images. The overall prevailing incidents reported by businesses, particularly small to medium enterprises during the period was online fraud, which was 63% of all reported crimes. Distinguished guests, cybersecurity is key to sustaining Ghana's digitalization agenda. Therefore, it is crucial to have effective measures to protect our critical information infrastructure, coordinate and respond to cybersecurity incidents, and to develop a cybersecurity culture in the interest of our socio-economic development. The President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has since 2017 institutionalized cybersecurity in the country to ensure that we safeguard our investments in digitalization. As part of the government's effort to create awareness on cybersecurity matters in the country, the annual National Cybersecurity Awareness Month event has been institutionalized since October 2018. Additionally, the passage of the Cybersecurity Act 2020 Act 1038 establishes the Cybersecurity Authority, whose mandate is to regulate cybersecurity in the country. In line with the mandate of the Cybersecurity Authority, the theme for this year's celebration of the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month is Regulating Cybersecurity, a public-private sector collaborative approach. The objective is to enhance public-private sector understanding of cybersecurity regulations and build synergies among all relevant stakeholders to ensure compliance with cybersecurity regulations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, government is an enabler in the development of cybersecurity, and without a shadow of doubt, committed to this mandate. We as stakeholders, however, have a collective responsibility to protect our ecosystem through efforts in regulating the industry. Thank you very much.
That was insightful. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. It's so refreshing to note that in line with the theme for this year's celebration, we have all the key stakeholders in this auditorium. And that we have Major General Dr. Emmanuel Kotia, the CEO of Ghana Boundaries Commission, with us this morning. I invite Dr. Albert Nchibwe-Siakon, the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority, to give us the substantive presentation.
The Honorable Deputy Minister for Communications and Digitalization and MP for Jabin, Honorable Amapoma Boatin, who is representing Minister for Communications and Digitalization and MP for Ablikma West, Mrs. Eslaus Wekufu, who leads policy, cybersecurity policy in government, our Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, and our host, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. We're grateful for having us here, Madam Minister. The Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Dr. Engineer Kenneth Ashigwe, the President of Ghana chapter, Mr. Daniel Jampo, who has been with us for this journey since day one, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, the CEO of the Ghana Boundary Commission. General Kotia was part of this process, leading the passage of the Cybersecurity Act. And General, we're grateful for the input, including some of the study tours you took us for experiences. Thank you for joining us here also today. Then I've seen Madam Patricia Adobe. Madam Patricia, we worked together when you were at the Ministry of Communication before you moved to Information. And I think we did some excellent works, setting the basis for Ghana's child online protection development. Grateful for those works that you've done at the start of this engagement. Members of the Joint Cybersecurity Committee established under the Cybersecurity Act. Management and staff of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, the Ministry of Information, but also my very dear Cybersecurity Authority. Representatives from the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are now observed. On behalf of the Cybersecurity Authority, I wish to welcome you to this media launch of the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month 2022. On behalf again of my institution, we are sincerely grateful for participating in this event. A bit of background to this whole activity that we've gathered here to launch. Global digitalization trends have changed the manner in which businesses are conducted today. This has also created opportunities and provided enabling environment for economic growth. Recent statistics indicate that over 62% of the world population, which is close to about 5 billion, have access to internet. Ghana, the internet penetration has increased exponentially from a little over 2 million in 2012 to about 17 million users as we speak today, with more than half of our population connected to the internet. The same analysis suggests that, averagely, a Ghanaian user spends about 5 hours using the internet on his or her smart device. This development has translated to a certain ranking in which Ghana is placed number 3 with active social media presence. In other words, if you take the countries in the world, Ghana is placed number 3, behind only Nigeria and Philippines, where our citizens spend time on social media. It is an important statistic for us. In terms of cyber criminology, the more we have our citizens connected to the internet, the more they are exposed to cyber attacks. So we are interested in how often and how long citizens actually connect to the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, while digitalization is bringing remarkable economic and societal benefit to majority of our population, it is worth noting that these technologies, irrespective of the opportunities they create, have inherent risks, such as criminals taking advantage, taking over our protected systems, which could then have detrimental effects on individuals, enterprises, societies, and our dear republic at large. Studies have shown that an increasing reliance on the internet has created more risks and vulnerabilities and opened up new possibilities for criminal activities. The Global Risks Report of 2020 indicate that cybersecurity threats are growing. Malware and ransomware attacks have increased by more than 300 and 400 respectively, just in 2020 alone. The report also ranked cyber attacks as the 7 most likely and the 8 most impactful risks facing businesses globally. In recent years, there have been several major cyber incidents that have significantly impacted businesses, including financial institutions and other critical information infrastructure owners worldwide. That is to say, as dependency on digital technology surges, so does cybercrime. Cyber criminals are seizing every opportunity to exploit vulnerabilities against people, businesses, organizations. Globally, it's not only the Ghanaian situation. I think the situation of having increase in the use of the internet and digital system is a worldwide phenomenon, and Ghana is no exception. As at the first half of this year, the National Computer Emergency Response Team, that sits within the Cybersecurity Authority, received more than 7,000 contacts through the point of contact which was launched in 2019. The Ministry of Communication led us to launch certain contact by which citizens could report incidents. So 292 is a number that when there is an incident, citizens call for guidance and for support to address these issues. Out of this number, more than 300 were recorded as cybersecurity incidents. Of course, that necessitated investigations and response. And as the Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned earlier, the top ranks are the usual online blackmail, online impersonation, publication of non-consensual images, unauthorized access to protected system, and so on and so forth. But it's important to highlight one particular dimension of this. More than 4,000, in other words, more than half of the people who reach out to the national assets reach out to seek guidance to prevent or to detect a potential cyber incident. From my team, I think that is the best intervention that we have seen. Provide an avenue for an ordinary person who, for example, is on Facebook or LinkedIn looking for a job. But at the same time, through that commitment, they are exposed to risks. But you call 292 explaining that, look, I've seen this job being advertised at the Ministry of Information. You're looking for right to information officers, but somebody is asking you to pay 500 Ghana cedis. I don't think the Ministry of Information solicits for payment before recruitments are done. It doesn't happen. I haven't seen that in any public sector institution. If indeed it has to happen at all, there are always authorized channels by which those things are done. But what we have done, having a mandate of protecting our citizens, is to make sure that the citizens can call 292, explain and get direction and guidance to avoid that. It is very important. It means that potentially we have helped more than 4,000 of our citizens to stay away from being victimized of cyber fraud. And I want to really thank my team. These are silent results that possibly we don't see. Normally the media are likely to cover the attacks, but certainly not the effort that my hardworking team are making. And we want to put this in perspective. That started so much for us because it also helped the ordinary people. I keep on saying 500 Ghana cedis could potentially be a living wage for somebody who sells, let's say, ice water in the street. So if we're able to provide a preventive mechanism for such people to still keep the little that they earn, I think in many sense that is a real essence of public service. And we want to highlight this as part of the mandate of the Cybersecurity Authority. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Minister, permit me to give a bit of history. The cyber month that we know today, how did that start? The records we have, in November 2016, this whole process started. Yes, on a smaller scale. But the community, both the government at the time and the industry, came together highlighting the need to raise awareness, which is a kind of a global celebration. So Ghana had to start something from that period. In 2017, the week-long celebration was marked under the theme Securing Ghana's Digital Journey. We were fortunate, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to lead the effort in the celebrations. This also continued in 2018, when we had, again, the President also opened. My experience across the continent, I haven't seen a certain President demonstrating commitment by participating in awareness creation efforts across the African continent. I think it's something commendable. We have challenges from health, education, infrastructure, but if we fail to also give commitment to cybersecurity, by the time we are ready, the hackers would have already taken over. And I think this is why I think it's commendable, the leadership that we've seen in the political establishment in supporting this. We hope this continues as we make progress in securing our digital environment. I must also commend, my Deputy Minister mentioned earlier that the former institutionalization of the awareness month started in 2018. Madam Minister, thank you for bringing that in perspective. Indeed, that was the case. But what really motivated that approach The Ministry of Communication at the time conducted a study working closely with the Global Cybersecurity Capacity Center at the University of Oxford and the World Bank to examine the state of our cybersecurity as a country. That was a study conducted around the various areas, legislation, culture, mindset, policy, organization measures. And the assessment rated Ghana's cyber culture and society at the very minimum level, very, very low. And of course, most of us are not surprised. The state of awareness of cyber crime issues, I don't think is the best. So therefore, this research provided input in which in 2018, the ministry launched the national campaign called the Safer Digital Ghana. This was launched by the Vice President of the Republic. Again, another demonstration of commitment by political leadership. It's very important how such leadership impact on the focus that we give to some of these activities. Ladies and gentlemen, I think in 2019 we also continued with the celebrations. Here moving from a week to actually a month-long event. The event was celebrated under the theme demonstrating Ghana's cybersecurity readiness. In that particular year, more than 4,000 high school children across the country were sensitized through collaboration with UNICEF. And I'm happy that process started well. And now the Ministry of Communication, working closely with other partners, including Huawei, are building upon that, taking the whole activity even beyond the Cyber Month. Madam Deputy Minister, you've been championing this, and I think it's good that we keep on working to sustain the little that we started with. So thank you very much. At the height of COVID-19 in 2020, at the time the authority was called the National Cybersecurity Center. It was an agency under the Ministry of Communication. And the event was organized under the team Cybersecurity in the era of COVID-19. Of course, COVID brought us very close to digitalization. And we had to do something. Most of us were working from home remotely. We had to intensify our awareness creation effort. And I believe we reached out to more than 100,000 Ghanaians. Direct contacts using remote means to facilitate awareness creation, capacity building activities. Last year, the national program was organized under the theme Ghana Cybersecurity Act 2020, its implications and the role of stakeholders. That was the year that we started implementing the act. So therefore, the team was chosen to highlight the need for stakeholders to work together to achieve security within our digital ecosystem. Thus, the introduction of the landmark legislation, which provide the legal backing to our work in the cybersecurity area. Again, more than 120 participants participated in our specific programs, excluding our engagement with media, highlighting patronage and collaboration among other stakeholders, Madam Minister. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the proliferation of cyber attacks targeting individuals, businesses, and critical information infrastructures has led to the establishment of mandatory regulations globally. Cybersecurity regulation is coming into the picture. Regulatory compliance has become one of the most effective and reliable strategies to mitigate cyber risks within an industry. There's a kind of guidelines, direction, put the necessary measures in place. Businesses, private sector, government sector, we need to put certain measures in place to protect our digital assets. In this regard, implementation of regulation is imperative to deal with both existing and emerging cyber threats, which have the potential to undermine the digital dividends that we all expect from our digital economy. The Cybersecurity Act 1028 provides the regulatory framework to promote cybersecurity development in this country. The authority has commenced a number of regulatory activities, including the protection of critical information infrastructures pursuant to sections 35 to 40 of Act 1038, Association of Cybersecurity Service Providers, pursuant to Section 49 to 56, and regulations on cybersecurity incident reporting and response, pursuant to Sections 41 to 48, same. Ladies and gentlemen, it is anticipated that starting January 2023, if you are a business, a firm, or an individual, you will not be able to offer a cybersecurity service unless your entity has been granted the license or the needed accreditation to exercise that activity. This is part of the implementation of the Act. In addition, a designated critical information infrastructure owner shall be subjected to mandatory audit and compliance checks against the Directive for the Protection of Critical Information Infrastructures that was adopted October 1st, 2021. We're going to collaborate with the members of the Joint Cybersecurity Committee. The body has a number of regulatory bodies: Bank of Ghana, the National Communications Authority, NITA, Data Protection Commission, the National Intelligence Agency, national security institutions, for full enforcement of these directives. These are part of the and measures being implemented pursuant to the Cybersecurity Act 2020. The authority is being guided by the governing board and also through our work with the Joint Cybersecurity Committee to approach cybersecurity regulations from a very collaborative perspective. Again, it's key, and that highlights the theme actually for this year's event. We believe collaborative regulation holds the key to bring both the public and private sector stakeholders together towards achieving a secure and a resilient digital Ghana. As part of NASAM 2022 celebrations, which is being launched today under the theme Regulating Cybersecurity, a public-private sector collaborative approach, the authority will engage with stakeholders, including public consultations for inputs into the various regulations which are expected to take full effect starting January 2023, subject to the approval of the governing board of the Cybersecurity Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, the internet offers several opportunities for improving the lives of children through access to information which is beneficial to their education, health, and social well-being. Many children are, however, becoming prone to criminal online practices which are detrimental to their development. By the risks they face are through the contact sometimes they establish, sometimes the content that they access on the internet, and sometimes even their own conduct puts other children also at risk. The Cybersecurity Authority is committed to ensuring the protection of children online per its mandates provided in the Cybersecurity Act. In furtherance of this mandate, the Child Online Protection Framework has been developed in the last stage. Madam Patricia, again, we build upon what we started when you were at the Ministry of Communication to ensure it is more responsive to the needs of the time, especially that we have our young children really resourcing to the internet for their own development. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of measures to effectively implement the Cybersecurity Act, awareness creation cannot be overemphasized. The CLC therefore seeks to leverage on the 2022 edition of the event to engage and partner with stakeholders in the public and private sectors to implement cybersecurity measures and build capacity among all our stakeholders. At the end of the month-long event, which is scheduled for 1st to 31st of October, we expect to have improved awareness among the stakeholders of the regulatory provisions within the Act. But again, my Deputy Minister mentioned that the government is enabler for cybersecurity development. Citizens are responsible for their own security. I think we need to really carry this message, media. Responsibility on cybersecurity matters is a collective responsibility. The government certainly has to lead, and that is enabling intervention by way of legislation, by way of a policy strategy, by way of framework, by way of also making financial commitment for the development of cybersecurity, which is key. But we also expect business, institutions, individuals to take that responsibility from their perspective. So, again, we are expecting to also raise awareness on regulatory compliance to ensure that the collaborative engagement will work. So if we speak to the chamber, the idea is to understand Engineer Kenneth. We need to protect our economy. Your sector is key. It's a foundation of our digitally driven economy. We need to understand that we need to take practical measures to comply with the needed regulations to ensure we stay protected. Madam Minister, our host, permit me to use your platform to mention certain names, institutions which are supporting this program. They've either committed or they've given pledges to make commitments. And I want to thank you. It's a collective engagement. So we have our technologies who have made commitment to support, collaborate with us. Republic Bank of Ghana, Comsys Ghana Limited, Stanbic Bank Ghana Limited, Virtual Infosec African Limited, the MTN Ghana, GCB Bank Limited, Fidelity Bank Ghana Limited, IT Consortium, EY, Alisa Hotel, National Communications Authority, MasterCard Foundation, E-Crime Bureau Limited, Mazam Ghana Limited, UNICEF Ghana, Shell Global Limited, Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, Telecommunications, it hasn't dropped yet, I haven't seen it. Bank of Ghana, and I think you answer when you take the podium, Ken. The Ghana Association of Banks, Institute of City Professionals, ISACA Council of Europe. There's the list I had. I believe there are probably more names, but forgive me, this is the only list that I was given. But again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we expect this year's NASAM to sensitize the public and increase awareness on the implementation of regulations to ensure the safety and security of our digital ecosystem. A number of activities both in Accra and the regions are being organized to raise awareness on cyber crimes and the need to promote cybersecurity by children, the public, businesses, and also governments. We even have engagement with the National Security Establishment through engagement with the Regional Security Council, working with the Office of the National Security Coordinator. So it is not just limited to Accra, but we're engaging either physically and also using virtual means to reach out to people. I wish to extend appreciation again to the leadership of our republic, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Minister for Communication and Digitalization, the Governing Board of the Cybersecurity Authority, members of the Joint Cybersecurity Committee, members of Parliament, especially the 7th Parliament, which worked so well to pass the Cybersecurity Act for us, businesses, our international partners, civil society groups, and the public at large for the support for Ghana's cybersecurity development, which is currently ranked as the 3rd on the African continent, having moved from 32.6% in 2017 to 86.69% in 2020, according to the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index. I think we've done a bit of work together. Government, Parliament, private sector, public sector, working together to raise our profile, from below up. But we need to sustain that. It's not just the movement. It's good. It tells us that we've gotten certain pillars in place. African countries are coming over to learn from us. I think on the 3rd of October, we're expecting to have the Vice President launches. We haven't officials from Rwanda and Mozambique coming to sign an MOU to learn from what we have done. We have in Western countries reaching out to us also to study areas like licensing of cyber service provider, which we are collaborating with Singapore. We've passed an act in which at least 4 countries have picked pieces. Mauritius is one, Sierra Leone is one, the Gambia is one. I think these are the things we need to celebrate. But again, it does not provide immunity from attacks. It's put us on a good footing that as a country, we're taking cybersecurity serious. How do we carry on and sustain the gains that we have achieved collectively as people? It requires public-private sector engagement and, again, government support, including sustainable financing for cybersecurity development of the country. Therefore, I call on the private sector, churches, schools, civil society organizations, the entire public to use the period to educate their members on cybersecurity. If you are a business, please, in the month of October, Just create a half day, 1 hour, 2 hours, and share the basic risks that your employees are facing. If you are a ministry, do the same. Madam Deputy Minister, we want you to make a commitment when you take over. What are you going to do for the Ministry of Information? Again, the authority is there to provide guidance, including facilitators, to help you raise that awareness. And because Madam Patricia has already been around these processes, the 2 female champions, it is our expectation that even at the Ministry of Information, something will also be done here. The authority is available to provide inputs and also support to reach out to your citizens to stay protected. Media, we brought you here for a simple request. Let's use your platforms to educate Ghanaians. Cybersecurity is not really, again, the government is only enabler, outlining, leading some of this initiative. But how do we get the people in the remote areas, your listeners, your viewers, needs to be educated? And I believe within the month of October, you create spaces, opportunities, whilst you encourage your management team to conduct awareness sessions for your own, within your establishment. We also expect more generosity in terms of creating content, in terms of creating airtime to educate our citizens. Again, give a true meaning to the idea that security is a collective responsibility, and the media plays a part in this. October is the month being dedicated for these heightened efforts. The Cybersecurity Authority is available to work with all stakeholders who will need assistance and guidance with respect to creating awareness on cybersecurity this October and subsequently. Madam Deputy Minister of Information, we're grateful for having us here. My own Deputy Minister, thank you for leading us and showing commitment in the absence of our substantive mediator to join us for this event. Media, thank you, and everybody, thank you.
Thank you for the brilliant presentation, Dr. Nchibu-Esiako. It was so refreshing to note that as Ghana embraces digitalization and also take advantage of the digital economy, all stakeholders within the public and private sector are working so hard and ensuring that we are protected. All citizens who are using the space are protected. So thank you so much for the assurances and the fact that you are committed to implementing the Act and all other regulations or legislations that are to ensure that we are safe from fraud, from extortion, from sextortion, and all the other vices that happen with us. I will now invite Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe from the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. He's the CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. And as the team goes, we have a lot of support from the private sector, so I'll invite him for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Deputy Minister for Communication and Digitalization, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Must stand on the protocols already observed and say that it is a privilege to be here today on this day when we're launching the National Cybersecurity Month for 2022. And I think the theme is very, very appropriate. And we need to commend the authority that creative regulation has been the way the authority has handled the particular space. I remember even the work that we had to do in setting out and coming up with the law was very collaboratively done, and we really would want to commend the authority for that. It is important to note that security itself is a collaborative approach. And when you come to the cyber security world, definitely that also would be. I remember very fondly those of us who are on the 5th floor and above will remember the Millennium Bug, you know, and what Y2K and all the things that were around it. Before it happened, you know, the jobs that were created, the monies that were made, but nothing happened in Ghana. Because you see, by then we were not connected. But unfortunately for us these days, it's no more like that. We are really, really well now very connected to the extent that we really are exposed. It is insightful to go back, the Director General mentioned the ITU rating. If you go and you look at the Mobile Connectivity Index as well, one of the things that have moved Ghana to where we are as a transition nation is what we've done in cybersecurity. The fact that the authority is in place, the fact that there's a law in place, and the fact that we're working together to be able to protect that space. So I would want to urge all of us that it's important that we take cyber security very, very importantly. And for us in the telecommunication sector, it's one of the things that we really do. So you find out that in Ghana, most of our telecommunication structure, you would say that the technical parts are very sound when it comes to your security, but even that, it's because on a constant basis you need to be working at it and ensure that you are dealing with it. But our major challenge is the people part. Our major challenge is the people part. I'm pretty sure that if I dropped 64 gig pen drive in this room right now, some of us will pick it and put it in our pocket thinking that, you know, we found some good price, and we'll take it and go and plug it into our machines, and by the time you see, you've been taking over. We know the stories that come with people's having been hacked. You hear interesting stories about people who have PhDs and all of that, and they fall to some of these you know, mobile money scams, and all of it is on cyber engineering. So we need to really work together with authority, with private sector, public sector, the CSOs, academia, to be able to work on the people side when it comes to our cyber security. The same way in which Ghanaians tend to be very welcoming, we've taken that also to the cyberspace. But unfortunately, cyberspace is worse than what happens really in the real world. And so we need to be more cyber aware. Our cyber hygiene levels need to be taken to the next level. Another interesting thing when you look at the theme, when we talk about public and private sector, is that you find out that most of the big organizations pay particular attention to cyber security and would spend a lot of money. Then a lot of medium and micro and small entities do not. But the interesting thing for the cyber criminals is that, yes, the big companies have a lot of money, but when you put together a lot of these small companies, there's a lot also there. So if we don't find ways in which we protect them, that's where the attack is going to happen. And especially for a country where about 90% of your businesses are in that particular category, if we start getting a lot of hits there, it really would bring us down. So it's important that working with the ministry, we've been able to set up this particular month. So we all need to take advantage of it to ensure that we would really be able to work collaboratively with the authority to ensure that we can help raise the cyber hygiene of our entities. How do we find ways in which we can create cloud sources by which some of these micro, small-scale organizations are able to also build their protections? These are the things that we need to do. So I definitely would want to assure the authority and the Acting Director General that, as I said to him, There are 2 programs that were working together already. And then we also orchestrated a 3rd program. So definitely the name of the chamber should have been in that list that you listed, because there's definitely something that we're going to do going together, and it's something that we need to do together, because it's our interest to be able to protect us. And we definitely acknowledge the fact that government is just an enabler, but all of us have a role to play to ensure that we secure our country and that we ensure that we take advantage of the 4th industrial revolution. So thank you very much for having us, and God richly bless us all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashigbe. I will now invite the President of the Information Systems Audit and Control Association Ghana chapter, Mr. Daniel Jampo, for his remarks.
All right, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Communications and Digitalization, Dr. Albert Ntubio-Siako, is the Acting Director General for Cybersecurity Authority. My own friend Ken Ashigbe, and Major General Emmanuel Kotia, all protocols observed. Sorry. I'm happy to be here to support this program and this launch. Cybersecurity has become an integral part of our lives, and we should not take it as something that belongs to a certain group of professionals or some institutions, but it should be introduced as an integral part of our lives now. It's interesting to say that security or perception of digital security is now as good as capital. What I mean is, if international businessmen or business people perceive Ghana as a safe digital hub, there are some businesses that will be attracted into this country. If services operate smoothly, people are less likely to suffer damages, or if anything happens, confidence that it can be remedied. It becomes a safe digital environment, and that in itself is a lot of business. This is only beginning in Ghana, okay, and it can only go forward or get better. We are only going to grow into a more digitalized environment or economy. The government and the Cybersecurity Authority, for that matter, have done a lot. Like the previous speaker said, government is mainly an enabler, and I think that the work that has been done to date over a short period of time, and I have been following from day one, has been tremendous. A lot of countries are not where we are today, and we need to acknowledge the work that's through the office of Dr. Ntubio-Siako, how far we have come. We have the Cybersecurity Act, we have a number of policies and frameworks that are under development. There are many countries that are yet to start with this. Okay. I believe we should all put our efforts together to be able to develop these areas, standards that are coming up, and also to empower and develop research centers of research into cybersecurity and trends and things that are going on not only in Ghana. Cybersecurity cuts across borders. So we should have agencies, institutions in Ghana that are able to tell us what is happening around us. That will inform us, and that will enable us to better position ourselves economically in terms of security, in education, and many other areas where cybersecurity has a lot of relevance. Businesses at all levels, I believe, should be held to very high level standards of cybersecurity. Our compliance frameworks and standards are still under development and will be introduced soon, should be imbibed and should be enforced across. This is how I look at such enforcement in a very positive manner. Okay, we want to lift society up to a certain point. How we do it is introduction of standards. If we don't have any rules about dressing, then people dress anyhow, and we're not even able to identify any particular culture that cuts across. Okay, but when we introduce standards, when we introduce compliance, when we do enforcement, when we audit, this helps to lift a society from 1 year over a period of about 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You will see a natural progression forward. Okay, that is how we should all be involved. Certain industries come to mind when we are talking about this area. Some I believe are more important than others. I'm happy that, again, that Dr. Kenashibe is here, because the telecom is a very important industry where you talk about cybersecurity. The banks, or let me rather use financial institutions. We have insurance companies. We have microfinance companies, and generally the service industry also, where we deal with people in various ways. Things are becoming a lot more digitalized in these areas, and we need to make sure that these industries are coming along and going by the standards. Another area I believe should be addressed is the board and executive levels of important industries. Some, I may say, institutions that are critical to the state, like electricity, like water, like civil aviation, the air, those that control our airways, hospitals, and a few others. These are areas where cybersecurity should be taken very seriously from the top level, from the board, and that should be cascaded downwards to every single member in such institutions. Okay. Another area of importance is education, where it should be pervasive. The Cybersecurity Month is a very good introduction, and I believe it shouldn't end only at the end of October. It should continue. It should be all the time. It should continue after October. Public education should be sustained. I believe also that the education on cybersecurity should be introduced at a much lower level in educational institutions, right from the primary level. And you would see in different jurisdictions, in different economies, that children from a certain level react differently to information. Whilst in our environment, you ask a child, where is your house? Where does your father work? The child will not ask you, why are you looking for that information? But they'll just give it to you, probably also add where their mother is working. Okay. But this is because they are not groomed with that culture from the start. And this is mainly in the education space. I would really like us to approach cybersecurity from an offensive position and thinking about how we are going to, someone is stealing from my bank account and all that is being done. But we want to take it forward and let it become part of us, a culture, okay? And not only children growing up, but there are many parents who are much older now and have very little understanding of cybersecurity. Why shouldn't you give your child a smartphone? You should, because many things are happening now that they can use a smartphone to work on. But if you give your child a smartphone, you should be able to put in place the necessary security or safeguards so that you don't get scared what the child will use the smartphone for, or you can effectively monitor. And then the child can also have the benefit of plugging into an economy that is becoming increasingly digitalized. Okay, so rather than deprive or hold back, let us adopt a proactive stance and position. Introduce a lot more of digitalization, introduce a lot more of modernization, and know how, understand it by ourselves, and know how to manage these things as they come. Closing, what I would say is there is still a serious shortage of cybersecurity professionals. In ISACA, we continue to train and educate. ISACA is a global institution. We have some of the best certifications which we continue to run and make available to people in Ghana, professionals from every walk of life. It is not only restricted to people in IT, but and everybody seeking to know a lot more and learn a lot more. Okay, and we are working very much in collaboration with the Cybersecurity Authority. Okay, so we will continue to support this drive. We will be very much a part of the Cybersecurity Month, and we will continue to work with the Cybersecurity Authority, other agencies that are in this, the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Communication, and all other agencies that are involved in this drive. Thank you very much.
I will now invite the CEO of the Ghana Boundaries Commission, Major General Dr. Kotia, for his remarks.
The Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, I want to stand on the protocol that has been established by the last speaker so that I can continue. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. Now, looking at the vision of the National Cyber Authority, it says that they intend to have a secure and resilient digital Ghana, and that is very instructive in itself. We need to understand that from the beginning, this is an institution or an entity that started from nowhere. I know the deep history of how this cyber authority came into being, the contacts that have been made in it. I've been part of the process as the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission in drafting Act 1038, which is the cybersecurity law. I want to say that for those of us who have not gone through the various pages of the law, let's take our time and read through this detailed law. I think that is in the annals of Africa. Now, we must also understand that, and it has been mentioned in passing by the previous speaker, that under Dr. Shibi, that cybersecurity is very key to our national security. It's therefore important for us to understand that whatever crimes that are undertaken on the name of cyber has national security implications. the cyberspace itself is very big, and there could be a lot of incidents that can take place within that space. So we need to also be very observant and be very cautious of an internet connection. And from anywhere, you can be able to undertake any cyber crime that you want to do. Now, I also want you to mention that if you look at the national security strategy of Ghana, there are a number of detailings that are very clear so far as the issue. That is a strategic document. Issues of cyber security is concerned. That particular document makes reference to cyber terrorism, with reference to national framework for the prevention and counter-terrorism as well. And it's important for us to get understanding of the national security strategy. That is a strategic document, and it is based on we have had a national cyber strategy as this country is concerned. Also, it's important for me to relate what I'm doing as a Ghana Boundary Commission to issues of cyber and digitalization. It's important that issues of boundary security, issues of survey are really guarded, because we use a number of equipment so that we will not be able to have distractions out of cyber activities. So it's important for us to also collaborate with the national, for the cyber authority so far as our operations is concerned. So we deem it very fit and instructed that we need to collaborate with them so far as our work is concerned along the international boundary, maritime and land between us and our neighboring countries. I want to say that for the Cyber Awareness Month, it's a very important month. I've been part of it since the launch of the month, and I believe that in widening up the scope of the cyber awareness work to cover the regions and districts, involving the regional security councils, district security councils, local authorities, opinion leaders, youth groups, women groups, and what have you, this is going to help create the awareness that we want. And as the last speaker mentioned, this should not be the end of it. The continuous education as far as cyber activities are concerned. I am aware that some higher education institutions have developed courses on cyber, even up to the PhD level, cyber and PhD, but some of these courses have been included in some of these courses. But I think that developing courses at the junior level, at the primary level, up to the SSS, HHS level is very important at this level, as the previous speaker mentioned. So I want to encourage the National Cyber Authority to continue with the good works, and I wish you well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Major General Kutia. I am really excited about all the remarks that have been made in the presentations, and would like to reiterate the commitment of the Ministry of Information to this very important cause. For our goal, when it comes to mass communication, we will find ways and means to make sure this information reaches everyone, and especially to our press corps, to appeal to all of you that please spread the word. This is very important. It's not a matter that we say, let's leave it to the technical people. If you are a parent, it is not sufficient to just hand a smartphone to your child and say you are keeping them busy when you don't know what they are consuming. They may be exposed to so many things. You know, terrorists are recruiting online, job recruitment scams, misinformation and disinformation, unaccredited online schools, giving all sorts of fake admissions, taking your money. So much going on that we have to be interested so that the work that they are doing will not be in vain. On that note, I would like to invite questions from our friends from the media who are with us today. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. We don't have a lot of time, so we should be able to take one round of 5 questions. So you show by hand if you have a question, your name and media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. So we have one hand up, so we'll take a question from her. Any other question? If not, I take that to be the only question. Okay, Nana's hand is up, so we take the second question.
My name is Agnes, I report for Chronicle. My first question goes to Dr. Kenashibe. I'd like to know some of the initiative the Chamber is or has embarked on with regards to raising the cyber hygiene of people. And this one goes to Dr. Inchi Bosiako. He indicated that by 2023, a firm or an individual will not be able to offer cyber security services unless the entity or the individual is licensed or accredited by the authority. I'd like to know some of the firms or individuals who fall under this category. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the questions.
Yes, Doc, I have a question for you, Dr. Njugu Esiako. You know that in our part of Ghana, for that matter, either illiterate or semi-literate, and they are holding some sophisticated phones. Most of them don't know anything about the phones, but they are just holding them. And they're looking at what is happening in the cyberspace. What can be done? What education can we give them? Or what orientation can we take them so that they may not fall victims of some of these problems on the space or in space? And Dr. Ashibe, those of us who have subscribed to these telecos, SIM cards and things like that, you get a lot of promos, unnecessary promos, unwanted, unwarranted. They foist it on you, and whether you use them or not, sometimes you're taking some money is taken from you. I remember I was forced to take an insurance from a certain telecom company, and I told them I didn't need it. But it went off a very long time before they took it away. Meanwhile, the I subscribed was not paid back to me. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If not, I take that to be the last question. Okay, thank you for the questions.
Albert, I thought I just came to give a remark. But it looks like for every question you ask, I get one as well. Okay, so in terms of what are we doing for cyber hygiene education, so there's a plethora of things that are being done. I'm sure you would hear on some coloring back tones that our members would give, where once you call, they will tell you that, a popular one is don't be a mugu, about not sharing your pins. So our members do that education on a constant basis. Coloring back tones are one of the things that they do. The messages that they give, we're using our social media pages to do that. For us as the chamber as well, so we also run that. So there are some skits we've done where, through humor and all of that, you're trying to use that to educate us on what we all need to do. And one of the things that we started doing on a regular basis now is regular updates. So I know that the we shared was something about how yourself to be added to groups. We've done, so we're doing all of that to educate people. And we have this program we call the Knowledge Forum, where we did one specifically targeted towards that. What I would say to all of you is that for us as a chamber of media, we're available to do this. We need to find ways of breaking it down into other, especially the local languages, so that we can carry people along. On the issue of the unsolicited promotions that you get, I don't know how you entered here. When you came, did you write your names? Were your names taken? Were your numbers taken? And you wrote them down gleefully? So somebody comes and sits at that, he looks at that, he takes a picture, immediately he has your data. When COVID came, all of us were going to places, and when we go to church, we wrote our names. So the challenge is that a lot of us give these informations away ourselves. So once you do, then these people also get the opportunity of being able to send messages to you. Fortunately for us, the NCA has regulation and guidelines to be able to guide how these are done, especially with promotions. So for every promotion, there's a double opt-in, so that if, sometimes there might be a link that might have been shared. You go and click on it, it wants to sign you on to a particular thing. So now the regulation is that you need to actually accept, that you actually want to participate in that. And then so in that regulation, there are things that we are doing ourselves. If we find out that somebody is using a feature phone and there's a promotion that is running that should be running on a smartphone, then we know that that person has been put into that. So we're working together with the value-added service providers to ensure that that is not done. But once you have any of those challenges, please call your service provider and report it. And you could also even escalate it. But it's something that there's a conscious effort being made. These value-added services are good services, but people should not be signed on to them when they really have not opted in for them. So based on the regulation, the directive from the NTA, we are now implementing that a lot more. So you find out that a lot of this that used to happen in the past are not really happening anymore. Thank you very much.
To my sister from the Chronicle, I think we by regulatory best practice in the law to guide you with answers without mentioning names. Okay, I think I will go by what the law says. So let me take you to section 49 to 56 of the Cybersecurity Act. Cybersecurity service providers, they are there, the processes you need to go through, the validity of the licenses and so on and so forth. So if it's I think you can probably read a little bit. But then the cybersecurity service is also explained under the first schedule. Okay? So as a regulatory body, you are regulated not just by the names of the institution, but by what they do and what the law specifies what they do. So you have here, for example, assessing, testing, or evaluating the cybersecurity of a computer system or a network. So if there is a company registered that when you have a business, you call that company to come and conduct what we call pen testing or vulnerability scanning, just to determine the health of your IT environment, it means this applies to that particular business. The same way, if there is a firm, a company that conduct forensic examination of a computer system, your mobile device, you are a subject for investigation, and the device is collected and is given to a certain institution to examine the content for the purpose of obtaining evidence. The very firm establishment that will conduct that analysis is also subject to the application of the law here. I think that clarifies that, and you can do your own scanning to see which institutions possibly are conducting this activity. There are quite a few. We're not expecting less than 100 operating within the jurisdiction. It will also apply to foreign firms, and let me emphasize, it will not be possible just for people to fly in from whichever country. Because it's quite sensitive. I did give you an example, isn't it? Your device, your computer system is quite intrusive. So we need to have visibility of those who are conducting this activity. Okay? So I will just give you a point of contact, and my deputy minister will come and elaborate. The question was, we have certain groupings. Cybersecurity is not English, isn't it? I don't know what you meant. Even though I struggle when you ask, how do you explain hacking in Chi or Ghana? I wish somebody can do that better. I think we are conscious of our demographics. Because we have, my own mom in a village who cannot relate in English as I'm doing there. But she uses Momo, all right? Therefore, if you are delivering a public service, the orientation, it has to cover the same grouping of people. So we try from our own limited resources in terms of personnel and others, to also sometime when you go out to the regions to speak in the local language. So thankfully we have a diverse group of people working with us. All tribes are there. So you are able to use them, right, to be able to engage, educate the public in the local dialect. But Deputy Minister has done some work. All that I want to share with you, I believe my colleagues, you are projecting the point of contact. If you can do that for me, please. Use numbers and channels. Share with your listeners, your viewers, so that when there is a cyber issue, they will be able to reach out to the national set and make report to that. But I would like to invite the Deputy Minister to also elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. So from the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, we do a number of initiatives. So different targets. It could be kids, it could be adults, it could be corporate, it could be the public sector or for the civil servants. And it's good to use, if you go to a community, it will be good to use the information centers to talk about cybersecurity and data protection. If it's in the secondary schools, we started with the senior high schools, the female ones, because over there you see that most of the teenagers, the girls, you know, they take pictures and do all sorts of things, not knowing that it would affect them, or they get attacked or blackmailed, or so many things are going on, and we are taking the opportunity to partner with the Ministry of Education to do these programs where we educate the students on cyber security. Yesterday, for instance, Ghana Commercial Bank wanted to be part of this, so that because they are also in the communities, they would also want to be part of educating their clients. You know, post office, they are in the communities, who take advantage of their locations to make sure that they educate people on cyber security. The universities are on board, the primary schools are on board, the farmers. You just have to let them know that cyber security affects them as well, assuming they are using artificial intelligence of some sort to know the weather or to know the fertilizer that they need, and someone gives a different instruction. The fertilizer could be a wrong mixture or something that could affect their inputs. The weather. Recently, Ghana Meteorological Agency had to come out to say that they hadn't issued any statement because they said there were going to be some storm, and some people were panicking, and all these were fake. So we are targeting everyone and everything, because you know these days everything is connected. And from the figures that Doc showed, you know, we seem to have our microwaves and our phones connected, our laptops and everything connected, our security cameras. We're giving out our names freely, writing, people taking pictures in front of your houses and posting on Facebook as if it's theirs. These are all security threats that we need to educate people on, that it's not right for you to come and stand in front of my house with my digital address boldly showing and you taking a picture. I could be attacked. And all these are through digital means. So there's a wide range of activities that we can do, all of us, not just technical people, but all of us, from our mothers to our teachers to the places that we work. And we are happy to be here to have the Ministry of Information and the media here, and this is a great source of point of contact, because with you, people watch and listen to, and we would be very happy to have these initiatives with you so that you can also spread the word for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind words and the patience to explain every question that we have in this room and then give further information that will help all of us to keep our spaces safe. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister, DG, distinguished guests, the media, and all friends who have joined us this morning. We really appreciate your presence, and we hope that you become ambassadors for this cause and enlighten people about the Cyber Security Awareness Month that is coming on in October, so that we can engage in conversations that are beneficial to our country. Thank you so much once again. Good morning.
Azar A very good evening to you, and thank you very much for tuning in to this live broadcast brought to you by the Ministry of Information. Tonight, the Ministry of Information has pitched its tents at the Northton constituency in the Volta region, where the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is expected to commission a new court complex that has been built here to serve this particular constituency called the Northton constituency. My name is Wilberforce Asare, and it is a privilege coming your way with the live coverage of this particular visit by the President here in the Northton constituency. This project that President Akufo-Addo is going to be commissioning is obviously in the Northton district of the Volta region. Northton is one of 18 districts in the Volta region, and they are one of the districts that are privileged to have a new court building constructed for them. Hitherto, all cases or all judicial prosecutions that emanate from this constituency, the Northton constituency, had to be taken to Sugakope for purposes of prosecution. With the coming into being of this particular court, police prosecutors can now concentrate on this particular court to prosecute all cases that may come up here in this particular constituency. The construction of the district court at Bator was initiated by the Northton District Assembly this year, in the year 2020. Now, the purpose of the district facility was purposely to enhance the adjudication of justice in this particular constituency. So the project, as has been constructed, perhaps I've seen it on your shot, a beautiful edifice here in Bator in the Northton constituency, comprises of a courtroom. It also has the office for the magistrate, and it also has the accounts office. It also has the administrator's office, the registrar's office, and also the office for the bailiffs. We are also told, and from our rounds, that there is an office for alternative dispute resolutions, alternative dispute resolutions, ADR. And so a facility has been made available in this building to help people to go through ADR, alternative dispute resolution mechanism, instead of just the litigation. And so that's the facility that has been constructed here. We are told that this facility started in January. The construction of the facility started in January 2022 and was completed June 2022. That means that the project had a lifespan of some 6 months, and within a period of 6 months, the contractors were able to complete the project. We are told that the contract sum for this project is 480,770 Ghana cedis. 480,770 Ghana cedis. And that's how much has been used in constructing this facility that you are seeing in your shot. Shortly, President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will be here to commission this project. Before he does the commissioning, there is a durbar of the chiefs and people of the Northton constituency, which is already constituted. President Akufo-Addo is expected to share pleasantries with the chiefs that have gathered and subsequently do the commissioning. I can tell you that a representative of the Chief Justice, Justice Jones Toche, is already here in the company of the Judicial Secretary, Madam Pamela, and they are coming to join with the President to commission this facility here at Northton constituency. Graciously, I've been joined by one of the officials here at the Northton constituency, and he goes by the name Emmanuel Laye. Emmanuel Laye is the District Coordinating Director for the Northton constituency, the Northton District Assembly. Thanks for the correction. So, Emmanuel, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
So, tell us, this facility that has been built, that is right behind us, what really facility? What is it? What facility is it? What is the target of the facility?
It's a district court, and one of the core functions of the district assembly is to ensure that justice is served to all the inhabitants of the district. So this facility is going to do a lot of work in terms of serving justice to our people in the Northern district. Yeah.
So, just like you said, this is a district court. But prior to initiating this project, how was North Tongue constituency or district dealing with its cases that arise?
Actually, it was a headache, because most of the time cases have to be moved to either Central Tonu or South Tonu, and even the police were even complaining all the time, because look at carrying suspects all the way from here to North Tonu and then Central Tonu, and then in case with the civil cases are also a headache, because civil cases run for long, 10 years, 5 people are still running to that side. So this court is going to do a lot of work for us. It's a great privilege to have this court here. He's going to do a lot of work. In fact, a lot of work for some of us. So some of us are very, very grateful that this court has come here.
So in your district, what would you say are the kind of cases that are popular here? I know that when you come to Accra, sometimes the case is land litigations, property litigations, and also marital issues and all that. What are some of the issues that you think are so eminent in this particular area where you preside?
Oh, they are also similar to those in Accra. Land issues, civil cases, criminal cases. So it's not different from what I. But over here, what I realize that most of the time is land and then chieftaincy issues. But unfortunately, I don't think this court can handle chieftaincy issues. But what I read, I stand to be corrected though. But land cases are the major issues. Land and chieftaincy cases are major issues. After the criminal cases, they are there. But I also highlight the land. So you can say that civil cases are more over here.
So what we do know that this is supposed to be a district court. Yes. There's going to be a magistrate here. Do you have any idea whether or not the court is going to have any other jurisdiction? Because the district court is the lowest of the courts. If your community is growing, your district is growing, you may need a circuit court and a high court. Do you have any idea of the plan?
Thank God that, we have another town under the Northern District we call Japan. In Japan, they are going to have a circuit court there, which is within our district area. So if the court is higher than this court, then you can move it to the circuit court in Japan.
So I get the impression that apart from this building that has been constructed here in the North Tongue district, you are saying that another part of your district, which is Japan, yes, also has a court facility, something similar.
Yeah, it's even bigger than this. And I think that the president is supposed to commission that one to us, but I don't know when. But now it's bigger. It's also new. So it's also quite new. So in fact, we are blessed actually to have two courts at the same time.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. And okay, so let's talk about other things beyond this court. In this district, what are some of the other pressing issues that needs attention from government?
Most of the time, the youth, jobs. That's what they tell you. Jobs are the major headache for all of us. Because people are graduating from schools, people are graduating from other areas, and then they actually need jobs. So job creation is a massive headache for some of us here.
What is the predominant occupation here in this district where you are?
Like I said, this district is largely agrarian. What I mean that it's a great base. You have got the rice field, you have got the river, fishing and go, but mostly agrarian, and then some sort of commerce, trading goes on because it's near to Accra. So the main issues are the agriculture and then trade actually.
What are some of the major crops that are produced by the inhabitants of this community?
Have you ever heard of Abraham rice? Hey, this is where it comes from. And then don't forget, we have the largest ethanol producing factory in the country, based at a place called near Japan. I don't know the place, like near Bolo. So we produce a lot of cassava, which is going to feed the factory. So basically, that's what I'm saying, that our district is more or less an agrarian district. So apart from agriculture, most of the time is trade.
Okay. Yeah. So if someone was watching and listening to us and asked that in this district, what is the population size, at least per the 2021 population census?
Yeah, we are running around 110,000 people. 110,000.
That's a huge constituency or district then?
Yeah, yes, quite huge. And you see, funded about the water river divides the district into two. That where we have got what we call overbank. That's the Japonean cliff. And then you have got the Bato and then the Mepian cliff. So it's a huge district, 1 at 10,000.
Okay. So it is the Volta River that brings the division, as you are saying. Okay, all right. So let's talk about you talked about Aveime rice and all that. I honestly didn't know that this is where it comes from. I didn't know. So that's good education for me. But when I was coming here, I could see that one of the major problems that you probably have is your road network. Very disturbing. What are the plans as far as your roads are concerned?
Well, I think the government has awarded contracts to, on a lot of them. Talk of the one from Sigin to the Mepe Township. Those are awarded. And then you see, one major, this is which I forgot to tell you, that we produce polluted river sand. What's the river sand coming to Accra come from here? From Bato, Aveime, and then Mepe. And so because that, the trucks are also quite heavy. So they also put a lot of pressure on the road as well. And so our roads are usually not very good, but thank God, what my DC told me, the major road have been awarded already. And so I only wait for a contractor to move to site. So if I can go and get to Sigi, you can see that some of the roads have been filled off. So I can't tell exactly what the delay in the project, but I know it has been awarded.
Indeed. All right. So I've been speaking to Mr. Emmanuel Lai, and he is the district coordinating director for the Northton District Assembly. Yeah. And so it's been good talking with you. We will come back to you again in the course of activities here. Thank you very much for speaking with us. All right, so if you're watching, this is a production by the Ministry of Information. This production is essentially bringing you a coverage of President Akufo-Addo's tour of the various regions in our country, all 16 regions. This comprehensive coverage commenced in the Upper West region a few weeks ago. It came down to the Savannah region, and the tour has gone to the Central region, and this week the tour is in the Volta region. Subsequent weeks ahead of us, the tour is going to go to the remaining 10 or so regions that President Akufo-Addo is yet to tour in our country. I'll be bringing you a live coverage. However, today we are in the Northton district and also the Northton constituency in the Volta region, where we are bringing you a live coverage of President Akufo-Addo's tour of this region, and for that matter this district. He is about commissioning the building that you can see behind me. That building is a new magistrate court that has been built here in Bato in the Northton district, and he will be commissioning it. When we spoke to Mr. Hello. Right, so the building that has been constructed here in the North Tongue constituency or district, which is supposed to serve as the official building for the magistrate court that will be sitting here in this particular constituency, comprises of a courtroom, a very huge courtroom. It also has the offices for the magistrate who will be presiding here in this court. There is also an office for the account officers. Account officers simply because when people come to seek justice, they have to do their filing, they have to pay filing fees and what have you. And so this account office is going to serve as the holding area to receive payments for the administration of the court. There is also the administrative office, and obviously every court needs an administrative facility, and so there's an administrative space here in this building that is going to be commissioned. Again, there is offices for the registrar, and every court in our country operates by a registrar, and so there is always a registrar for the district court, registrar for the circuit court, registrar for the high court, court of appeal, and also supreme court. And so this magistrate court, which has been constructed here in North Tongue, is no different. It's going to be it's going to have the office for the registrar for purposes of administering the court. It's also going to have an office for the bailiffs, and bailiffs because it's the bailiffs who serve notices and serve court processes on persons who have been sued or persons who are suing and all that. And so there's going to be an office for bailiffs to be able to put their house in order before they step out to do their services. All right. So the Alternative Dispute Resolution Center is also part of the facilities here in this building that has been constructed. The Alternative Dispute Resolution is a mechanism that the courts employ in order for litigants to stop litigating and negotiate as far as their issues are concerned. And so obviously there are some issues that may not necessarily require litigation. They would require that the parties involved sit down with an arbitrator and arbitrate those issues, mediate those issues, and come to a resolution. And so in the wisdom of the people who constructed the courts and also those who administer justice in our country, they thought it wise to have an ADR center in all our courts in order to facilitate these particular activities. And so if you are just tuning in, this is a live broadcast by the Ministry of Information, and the Ministry of Information is following President of the Republic Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo everywhere he goes to ensure that they bring to you everything that the president is doing and all projects that the president is inspecting. Thankfully, I've been joined by the North Tongue District Chief Executive, and that's, I believe your name is Osborne Divine Fenu. Yes. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, I know your people have been waiting for a very long time, but we believe the president is almost with us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's almost here. People are anxious to welcome the president to North Tongue. They are eager because most importantly is that the president has visited this area for the first time during his tenure as president of the Republic of Ghana. He has visited North Tongue though, but you know, North Tongue is separated by the river. Half of the people at Overbank, Dwapon, and East Environs, and then the district capital is Abato, with other towns, Mepe, Aveima, all along this area. And so the people are very happy that the president, for the first time, is visiting Bato, Mepe, Aveima areas. And so that is why you see them eagerly here, entertaining themselves and waiting to receive the president.
Indeed. So we are told that this court that President Akufo-Addo is coming to commission was conceived sometime in 2020. What necessitated your planning to build this facility here in this particular part of your district?
Yes, and so what happens is that North Tongue doesn't have any court, and therefore anytime there are cases, issues, you may either go to Sovakope or Adidome. If you must go to Adidome, you must cross the river. So I mean that you must take this stretch. And those at Dwapon and other places, they may have to go to Peki or Pando to get adjudication for cases. And so the residents of North Tongue are not happy with that situation because of the poverty level, traveling up and down, crossing the river, the risk involved. And so the Assembly thought it was to put up a district court to serve the people around this enclave.
Indeed. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the facility. What are some of the things? We've been told some of them, but you are the man on the ground. Tell us, what are the facilities that you've provided for in this facility that you've built?
In fact, I cannot name any modern facility. I think this is the modern structure that has been given to us from the Judicial Service. And so you can see that every facility that is supposed to be there have been provided. And so I am not familiar with most of those terms, so I believe the inspection has been done and everything is set. And that is all I can say on that.
All right, so before I let you go, here in your district, beyond this facility that you've built, what are some of the other projects that are currently ongoing in the district?
Yeah, so you see that there are other projects that are ongoing. Currently, we have another court that has been completed at Dwapon, and that we believe is going to be made a circuit court, and that is yet to also be commissioned. As you can see currently, we have the ambulance bay built from the premise facility, and then we also have the BAC. Currently, there are other projects ongoing. When you get to Bateau Methodist, there's a construction of some 3 classroom block with ancillary facilities. It's also ongoing. There are other projects scattered all over the district. When you get to the secondary school, there are 12 unit classroom blocks being built at Avema Bateau Senior High School. Another 6 unit classroom block being built there. The same facility is being built at Bateau Senior High School. And other schools across. There are health facilities that are also being put up. And so all those things are in process. And I believe that very soon all will be completed for use of our people.
So finally, your people, I'm seeing your people. I'm here. I'm told that this district has over 100,000 people living here.
Yes.
What are some of the major challenges that they have from where you sit as the DCE?
Yes,
the attempts that you are making to resolve them?
Yes, the major challenge has to do with our roads. The Bateau Mepe Township roads has been the major headache. Unfortunately for us, the road has been awarded. The contractor came to site, started work, but he complains of lack of funds. So the work has stalled for some time now. We are still pursuing him to come back to site to complete this project for us.
Thank you very much, DCA, for speaking with us. But so what should we expect once the president arrives here?
We expect a rousing welcome because we are eagerly awaiting his arrival. So we welcome him late to North Tongue.
And what are you going to be doing? Is he going to have to sit down to address, or is he going to go straight to do the commissioning?
He will pay a courtesy call on the paramount chief and of the Bateau traditional area, Tobiga Patamia Jacques the 7th, who also happens to be the vice president of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. He will pay a courtesy call on him at the same premises. Once that happens, the program starts, and the president will give his speech. The Tobiga will welcome him. And then the minister will introduce the president officially. He will give his speech, and then we'll move straight to commission the court.
Thank you very much, Fenu, for speaking with us. That is the District Chief Executive Officer of the North Tongue District Assembly, and he's been speaking with us and telling us some of the things that we should expect. And so if you're just tuning in any way or form, this is a broadcast by the Ministry of Information. Ministry of Information, under the leadership of the Minister for Information, Kudus and Vinicius, is bringing you a live coverage of President Akufo-Addo's visits across the country. And this week, the president has been doing a tour of the Volta region. And the last stop in his tour today, which ends, is North Tongue constituency, or the North Tongue District Assembly, where he's going to be commissioning a facility that is going to serve as the magistrate court in this particular district and constituency. Sesia ena ode we fidie eto channel iswa me paucho o hwe Ministry of Information jumedie kese a omo ye a omo di omampehin na Danko Akufo-Addo echi na this week Ministry of Information jumedie no eba Volta region President Eshe Volta regional tour ase endra na owie ene na ene no waye njuma bebre o sha ase no oni a soldier for ewo 66 artillery barracks ewo ho na ekwo twin ekomo okọ honom no a soldier for payifo no emma no de be friend no protocol sem say briefing na che say omo kire no security situation a ewo ho Volta region omo wie ye no military na ewo ho ha say no dwumedie kese pa edo mani so Operation Motherland no and they say said the old no Volta region na Volta region baby I was see a border Togo eastern side of Ghana enti Operation Motherland no omujumedi odomani so and they say kwan on befa so I ensure say Ghana borders eastern corridor no safe enti omuma President Akufo-Addo briefing sa border no owie ye no ordinary extra aflao no obehwe agenda 111 project kese bia ekoso honom North Cratchy side honom owie ye no ena odi neni extra aflao ha commission school dan kese bia omasi aflao constituency honom owie ye no ordinary akire kwan so a oba Northton baby a bigina sisi a mene wo kase Northton constituency and Northton district assembly no omampehinju bedi na ni so ene say almost court dan fair ha say court dan no magistrate court almost say Northton constituency ha no court dan ni ha enti say omunya asem na e say court ne ka agi so omuko soga kope answer na omatimi akokọ omasem na sisi a omampehin na Danko Akufo-Addo adaroma almost see court dan for ha no ni nyina kire say o court case a obetimi dia baha say ama ubenya justice every court no enti jumedia edeye ni so ewo Northton constituency aye wo sisi and say omapehin na Danko Akufo-Addo baha say abe commission sa building fefe ya uhu omechi na ye to aso no menya ori afoforo wo ha ono so abe kamensa Memada introducing the Honafe, good evening to you and thank you very much for speaking with us. May I know your name and what you do in this district?
Yeah, my name is Confidence. I'm a teacher here in Aveime.
So Confidence is a teacher here in this particular district and he's going to be speaking with us from the perspective of an indigene. So you are a teacher and how long have you been living in this particular district?
I'm in this district for almost 11 years now.
You've been teaching here for 11 years? Which school do you teach?
I first started at the very DA Primary to Aveime Methodist Primary and now at Adidokwe DA Primary. They are all in the district.
Okay. And so what do you teach?
I'm a classroom teacher, right? I teach at the basic school. I teach all subjects in that.
Okay, so as a class teacher, you teach all subjects. All right. So this facility that President Akufo-Addo is about to commission, what do you have to say about the project? Is it something that you think will be beneficial to this community?
Yeah, of course. You know, the whole of Volta region, we mostly say is a deprived area, and for that matter, Tongu land is a deprived area. And Bato here, as you can say, is a deprived area, though there is a few kilometers from here to the major road, which is the highway, Accra Road anyway. But looking at this infrastructure, and for that matter, a court being built here for them is a plus. For me, it is not in as much as whether a particular party has built it or not, or whatever it is, but for the development of the segment or the district as we go. This kind of court, I think, is one among the few we can get in this country, and I can really appreciate it. Today, if it is 12 o'clock midnight that are supposed to be here to see the commissioning of this court, I must do so because it is dear to my heart. I love it. and it is good. No developmental agency, no women, of course, a social woman being can deny the fact that this wasn't built. This was an effort under the current government, under the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency's initiative, and it is good. You can see this is just an electoral commission at the other side. First time the EC office is being located at Aveime, a place, of course, when you see it, it's an eyesore. But through their hard working, they were able to build this good infrastructure, and a court being attached to it. I think it's a good move. Sometimes when a case, they will have to do a case here, they have to go to Sogakope or Sogakope is the nearest this thing, or Adidome. Which you cross the river, and crossing the river with its risks and etc. You yourself, you know how it takes. So having this here, of course, that places majority, like all the chiefs, all the traditional areas, the Bato traditional area, the Mepe, the Fojoku, Togome, Dofo, Volo, and etc. Of course, it was an initiative from the former DCE, Honorable Collins, and the current DCE. We don't mind whether this person has built it or not, but what we are interested in is to have the facility which will serve all of us, and we appreciate it. It's a good move, and we must congratulate it.
Indeed, confidence says that this project is a good one for this particular district, and he's excited about it. But from where you are as a teacher, in the educational sector, are there any persistent challenges that you think needs to be addressed?
Of course, there are a lot of educational challenges. Teacher deficit is one of the challenges in the district. Of course, the district needs more teachers. When you go to some school, you could see the teacher to student ratio. In some school, they lack a lot of schools. Even my current school, Adidope Methodist, the teachers there are just few, looking at the teacher ratio to the students. So it's also a problem in the district. And you know, education, as we talk, infrastructure is another problem. There are some schools, of course, indeed, they also need a lot of infrastructure to help them accommodate it. They are doing well anyway, but more to be done. Yes, there is more to be done in the educational front. It is not left out totally, but of course, we need another backup.
Indeed. All right. So in the educational front, you think that there are some things that needs to be done. But before I wrap up with you, just wrapping up with you, going forward, what are some of the other pressing social amenity issues that you think the DC and, for that matter, central government should be considering to do in this district for you guys?
Oh, okay. One of the major problems I've seen, I don't know which way you have passed before coming to this district. We have two major road linking here. One is from Sege area, and then one is from Dove area. Dove area has been constructed under the previous administration led by Honorable Samuel Okujeto, and then Honorable Joe Gidisu as the road minister. But I can tell you 99% of the road has already gone spoiled. A road that has been constructed for less than 6 to 7 years now has already been in a deplorable way. But in another way, when you pass through the Sege road to this place, you could also encounter the same problem. So in the community, the major problem now encountering them is the road. Because you know what road can do in terms of social amenities. You coming here, that's what I say. I don't know which other way you pass.
I came from the Dove side of things, and I can testify that the road is not good. Yes,
you can. This road has been constructed, and if they tell you the amount that has been used in constructing that road, you could see how we are causing the financial loss with the state. Yes.
What year was it constructed?
This road was constructed under the tenure of Honorable Joe Gidisu. That was
2012.
Yes. Yeah, I think no. 2017.
2017 was not
2015. Yeah, 2015. Yes, it was around 2015. Yes, 2014, 2015, close to 2016 election that this road was constructed. Excuse me, anyway. Yes, this road was constructed going to 2016 election. That is 2014, 2015. But you yourself, you say you have passed through this road. You could see how it is. When you are going, I know you pass through the Aveime and then Sege road. It's even worse than the Dove one. So road construction is one major problem. And another problem encountering the district is water. Yes, you know, the Central Tong, which is the mother constituency of North Tong, formerly North Tong before the depletion to become Central and North Tong. The community, the water project there is feeding, of course, a lot of other districts like Adakulu, Agotimasyope, and other areas. So we plead that, of course, North Tong is just a closest district, closer to them. So if they can quickly extend this water project to the people of North Tong, I think it will be one of the best initiatives. So water and road in as much as they can do. Other, of course, these are the two major things I think they can do something about it.
Indeed, Confidence, thank you very much for speaking with us. Confidence is a people's teacher here in the North Tong district, and he's been sharing with us his views. He thinks the court facility is a very important development. Again, he thinks that one of the two issues that needs to be addressed urgently in this particular district has to do with the road network and also the issue about water. I've been joined by another person, and I'm going to quickly ask you, sir, please tell me your name and what you do in the district.
My name is Seyram Toku, Managing and Technical Director of Pinnacle Consult. I'm the contractor of the project.
All right, so thank you very much, Seyram. The name is Seyram, right? Yes, all right, so thank you, Seyram, for speaking with us. We are told that you finished this project in 6 months.
Exactly.
That was a very fast one.
Very fast, because I'm a native. In fact, I was working at Biakoe district, and fortunately the DC then invited me to come and do the work. So in fact, he actually helped me to get money from the assembly. So quickly, I was able to put the project to a very short time of completion. That was 6 months exactly.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting. It means that all the resources that you needed to execute the project, you got it very quickly.
Quickly. The assembly supported me so much. I was impressed.
Okay. So tell us about the facility. We've been told that there is a courtroom, there is a registrar's office and all that. You are the contractor. Tell us the facilities that you put up there in the building.
Okay, the main courtroom is about a 200 seating capacity, a courtroom. And then there is an office for the judge with a washroom. There is a registry. There is also an office for the registrar. There is an office for alternative dispute resolution. There is another office for the secretary to the alternative dispute resolution. Exactly. And then there is a giant area in front of the courtroom. And then another washroom for ladies at the back. That is it.
Okay. All right. So it looks, even though it may look a little small, it's quite a very huge building that you have built there.
It's a very huge building indeed. Very huge building. And in fact, if you see this building, you would think it's just a small building. The foundation is full of iron rods. It's properly reinforced.
Is it because over here you have the lands that are available here have issues?
It's a clayey soil. It's a very clayey soil. So if you are not a very competent person, you will not be able to put up a good building of this sort. That is why the DC actually invited me. Unfortunately, I was able to execute the building to his satisfaction. Seriously.
Indeed. All right. So tell us, one of the things about buildings such as this has to do with the maintenance culture.
Exactly.
After it's been built, people forget about maintaining it, and so you come back a year or two after, and the building is deteriorated. Tell us, is there a maintenance plan that you came up with the district assembly as far as the project is concerned?
Exactly. That has been done with the engineering department of the assembly. So in 3 months' time, they will be doing maintenance work, cleaning, going to the top, doing the necessary cleaning on the facility. So that one, there's no problem with that at all.
Indeed. All right. So the contractor of the project is telling us that the maintenance structure or maintenance plan is being very well done. We can see, and signals are clearly indicating that the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is just arriving here in the premises. So this meeting is taking place on the forecourt of the North Zone District Assembly Office. That is where this facility, this ceremony is taking place. So President Akufo-Addo, when he arrives, is going to be engaging with the authorities and the elders who have gathered here, and then subsequently he will proceed to commission the project that we are all looking at over here. And so we're coming to you live from the North Zone district, where President of the Republic Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is just arriving here to come and commission this beautiful magistrate court that has been built here in the North Zone district, and then also engage with the chiefs and elders here. President Akufo-Addo, his car has just pulled through, and so I can see that the President of the Republic is here at has arrived in the North Zone district to commence this activity. It's taken a very long time for the President to arrive, and so I want to believe that whatever is going to happen here is going to happen speedily, so that the President can be on his way back to Accra, bringing an end to his tour of the Volta region. You may be seeing in your shots that the President of the Republic has arrived and is currently exchanging pleasantries with the chiefs and elders who have hearing gathered. I can tell you that I arrived here at 2 p.m. and when I got here, the chiefs and the elders were already seated, and so they've been here much longer than I have, and that is a lot of patience, a lot of commitment to this process that is taking place here today. So the President of the Republic is exchanging pleasantries with the chiefs and elders who have hearing gathered at the forecourt of the North Zone District Assembly Office complex. And after exchanging pleasantries with them, we are told that the chief of the area will welcome the President officially, and subsequently the President will be introduced by the Minister for the Volta region, the Volta Regional Minister, Lecha. And then after that, President Akufo-Addo will walk this distance where I'm standing to go and commission the building that we can see behind me, which is the magistrate court that has been built by Sairam here, who is the contractor, Sairam Toku, who is the contractor who put this building together. And so if you are watching, this is a production of the Ministry of Information. We are following President Akufo-Addo everywhere he goes across the length and breadth of the Republic of Ghana. Today, he is in North Zone District in the Volta region. That's where the President has just arrived, and we are here on the ground to bring you details. President Akufo-Addo has currently gone on to the dais and has taken his seat, and so proceedings are going to commence here. When President Akufo-Addo begins his conversation, we will bring his presentation to you live on this channel. Currently, the national anthem of the Republic is being played, and after that, proceedings will commence. It is a custom for the national anthem to be played everywhere the President arrives, and so it's only right that is done here at North Zone as he arrives here to pay a courtesy call on the chiefs and elders, and also to commission the new magistrate court which has been built here in the North Zone district for the people of this district. We are told that this district has in excess of about 110,000 people living in it, and so for all intents and purposes, it is a very big district, And so everything that goes on in this district is extremely important. 110 persons, 110,000 people living in a particular place makes it a place of interest. And so the North Town district is one that is extremely important. And let me come to you, contractor, again, and to engage you as we wait to hear from the president and also to hear from other officials. Tell us, are there any other projects that you are working on in this particular district?
Currently, no. I did some project in Biakoye district before coming here. And when I came here, I did this project and a ship compound at Overbank. That is Alabono ship compound. Apart from that, I've not done any project again. Yeah.
Indeed. All right. So President Akufo-Addo is here in the North Tongue District Assembly, where he is going to be commissioning a court complex that has been built here to serve the people of North Tongue. It's a district court, and hitherto the people of North Tongue, if they wanted to access justice, had to go all the way to Sugakope and other places. But today, with the coming on board of the magistrate court, which has been built, which is just right behind me from where I am standing, the people of North Tongue have the opportunity to have their cases adjudicated right in their community without having to travel any long distances to seek justice. And that is one of the solutions that is being brought to the people of North Tongue by the construction of this facility that you are seeing right behind me. President Akufo-Addo is already seated. The processes have commenced. The introductions are going on. We are told that the chief of the area will officially welcome the president. After that, the minister for the region, the regional minister, Volta region, Mr. Lecha, will also speak and introduce the president. The president will bring his message to the people, and then after that, he will take this 100 or so meter walk to the building behind me and commission it. I can tell you that a representative of the Chief Justice, a Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Jones Doche, is here in present, representing the Chief Justice for this ceremony, the commissioning of the court here in the North Tongue district. This is a production by the Ministry of Information. We've been following President Akufo-Addo across the length and breadth of the country, bringing you all his activities as far as his tour of the various regions of our country is concerned. This week, beginning from yesterday, President Akufo-Addo started a tour of the Volta region. Yesterday, he started the day by going to meet with lawyers in our country. All the lawyers of our country are having their bar conference in Ho, in the Ho Technical University. President Akufo-Addo was there and did address them for well over 25 minutes, talking about national issues concerning the theme that they have chosen, which has to do with Ghana's democratic experiment under the Fourth Republic, the gains, the challenges, and the prospects. And he did say a lot of things about the political process in our country. Beyond that, President Akufo-Addo visited an Agenda 111 project which is going on in South Dai, where he was impressed with the level of work that has been done there. About 22% of the work that has been done there, and then also proceeded to go to other places to visit these facilities that are all under construction. I've been joined by one of the journalists in the Volta region who has been on the tour also with the president. There have been several other journalists who have been on this tour, and he is one of them. What's your name and which of the media houses do you report for?
Desmond Salatiago from City TV, City FM.
Okay, so Desmond, thank you very much for speaking with us. You are a journalist here in the Volta region. You've been following the president all through this two-day tour. What are the immediate thoughts that comes to you after going through this tour?
Well, so basically it's about development. We've seen the Eastern Corridor Road projects ongoing. We've seen some Agenda 111 projects also ongoing. Major improvements in projects in the region, and well, with interaction with some people here in the region, I can see that they are very happy, and they still want more to be done for them.
Okay, so I can relate to what you're saying, and these courts, which is being constructed, I know that courts are a challenge all over our country, and you being a journalist, I'm sure you've by all means gone to one or two courts here and there. What do you have to say with regard to the new drive of building courts across our country, and also here in this constituency as you see this project? What runs through your thoughts? So
let's talk basically about this area, the Northtown district here. When issues of court or court issues occur that way, people have to travel all the way to Sogakope, to Ho, to deal with this court proceedings. But with this project ongoing here, or being in some few minutes to be open for the use of the public, I think it's going to help with such proceedings to come very, very fast. Yesterday at the bar conference, the representative of the Chief Justice, Justice Doshe, was speaking of how fast court proceedings are outside. But in Ghana here, due to this kind of problems, we don't see proceedings to be faster. And so with the commissioning of this courts here, magistrate courts here, I think this is going to help improve upon the court systems in the country.
Indeed. So currently, you may be seeing in your shots that the chief of the area is welcoming President Akufo-Addo to Northtown, and those are some of the images that you are seeing. When President Akufo-Addo is ready to speak, we will go straight to the podium and pick the president's address to the people of Northtown district. Let me come back to Desmond and to ask again that overall in the Volta region, what are some of the major issues here in Northtown? I was just speaking to Confidence. He's a teacher, and he tells me that they have a water issue, and they also have a serious road network issue. When we're coming here, we saw that the roads were not too good. From where you sit as a journalist, what are some of the things that you see are the most important things that needs attention? Okay, so let me start with the road. You just said, rightly said here, that the road from Sogakope to Bato here is not in the best shape. When you also take the road from Sege to Bato here, it's also not in the same good shape. From Bato Aveime to Japan, also it's not in the best condition. So people here would like their roads to be constructed for them. Let's also come to education. Most schools here is say a rural area, so education is not as compared to those in the urban centers. So yes, I've been moving around, I've been speaking to people. They want proper quality education. We know the president is on an agenda to make education accessible to all, but we also want it to be a little okay. As in, when I say okay, they should be in the good standard, so that when I send a kid brother, a kid sister to school, they will be happy to be studying in the school. So they should have a fair or nice environment to study. Yes. All right, so that's Desmond. Desmond is a journalist. He works with CT and CTTV, and he's been telling us his perspectives as far as the president's tour of the Volta region is concerned. Thank you very much, Desmond, for speaking with us. And so, President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is currently at the Northtown district, where he is visiting to commission a new court building that has been built for the people of Northtown. We are told that here in Northtown there are well over 110,000 people who live in this district, and that is the figures coming from the 2021 census that you can that took place in 2021 in our country. And so 110,000 people living in a particular place makes that place a big deal in our country. And so it's not surprising that there is a construction of a magistrate court to serve the judicial needs of the people. And President Akufo-Addo will soon be commissioning the facility here in the North Tongue district before he heads back to Accra, ending his tour of the Volta region, his 2-day tour of the Volta region. President Akufo-Addo began the tour in Ho, where he joined lawyers at the annual 2022 Bar Conference. He spoke to them well over 25 minutes in that particular gathering. He left there and toured several other sites. He visited the ongoing construction of the Eastern Corridor Road. He also went to South Dai, where he inspected the ongoing Agenda 111 project. When he left there, he went to Pando, where he visited the construction of a steel bridge, which is ongoing, and then subsequently came back to Ho, where he had private meetings with MMCs and DCs and what have you. Subsequently, the president commenced today, the second day of his tour, by visiting the 66th Artillery Barracks in Ho, in the Volta region. And after that, he went to other places. He went to Akachi and also went to the Akachi area, where he inspected an Agenda 111 project. He came all the way down to Aflao, and at Aflao he commissioned a community day school there in Aflao. And then when he left Aflao, he's here in the North Tongue district, where he's going to be commissioning the court facility that has been built. We're bringing you a live coverage of President Akufo-Addo's regional tour of the Volta region. I've been joined by another gentleman who is all suited tonight. Please tell me your name and what you do here in the North Tongue district.
My name is Moses Nanawato. Yeah, I'm a teacher over here.
Moses is a teacher in North Tongue. Which of the schools do you teach in?
I'm a teacher at Bishop Bowers School at Mefe.
Bishop Bowers, is that a secondary school or a primary school?
No, it's GSS.
It's a junior high school. Okay, so you guys are enjoying free education.
Yes, and we are so happy about it because it has brought a lot of development to the area. You know, when I was transferred to this district, initially enrollment was very low, but now a lot of kids are coming to school, and with the school feeding program, I can tell you that we are doing very well, very, very well, and we are happy. I want to thank the president for bringing this initiative on board. We are also happy that today we are going to commission a court. Yes, for us to serve the judicial need of our people. We are very happy about it.
Okay, so now that you bring the issue about the court up, how do you think that the court facility is going to improve livelihood here in this community?
Okay, let me say that first of all, it's going to serve the judicial need of the people, and also to cut down costs. You know, initially our people have to travel all the way to Soga Copper to have access to the courts, but now you are going to save that money. You are going to save that money in your pocket, and then you come here and you serve. You will be served properly. We are happy about it. So much happy.
All right. So you said your name was Moses. Yes, Moses. So Moses, beyond the facility that you built, the school issues that you talk about and all that, what are some of, from where you sit, the most pressing challenge? Some people have talked about the road network, other people have talked about water, but beyond that, are there any other challenges that you think needs attention from central government?
Also MP for Okre.
But if you are listening to us, you are listening to a live broadcast by the Ministry of Information, where we're bringing you President Akufo-Addo's regional tours across the country. The regional minister, the Volta regional minister, Mr. Lecha, is the one addressing this gathering, and just as he completes it to the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to address the gathering. This is a gathering of the chiefs and people of the North Tongue district, or again the North Tongue constituency, where tonight visiting them and also coming to commission the court complex that has been built of this particular district. We are told that the facility that has been built is a very welcomed one, and that's because hitherto district has not had a court, and that anytime there are judicial matters that arise in the community, they have to go, the police in terms of criminal prosecution have to go all the way to the Sogakope to be able to seek justice and all that. And so they believe that the coming on board of this particular facility is going to help with the process of adjudicating of justice in this particular community. The minister responsible for this region is currently speaking to the community and telling them about some of the projects that the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has been doing, and also some of the things that he believes have been done by the government for the community here. And so once the regional minister finishes his presentation, the regional minister will be introducing the president. I can see that the regional minister has introduced the minister responsible for local government, decentralization, and all that, Honorable Dan Boche. So Honorable Dan Boche has been introduced, and he is also speaking to the community now. After Boche has finished addressing the community, President Akufo-Addo will subsequently come on. We will go to the podium and pick the voices from the podium. I believe that we can pick Honorable as he speaks, and then subsequently we can pick President of the Republic. And so Honorable Dan Boche, Minister responsible for local government decentralization in our country.
And I also add to what the regional minister said. Togbe is a very important person for us in the region. We have met regional House of Chiefs many times. We had workshops together with the Minister for National Security, and we had very we are government of the people and for the people. This is what it means. You have a president who wants to get in touch when he started the tour this year, and we have gone to all these regions. We've met the people, we've met the chiefs, we've met the security agencies, and there have been exchange of ideas. So Mr. President gets to know the problem of roads, the problems of education, the problem of security. And then all of us who follow will come again and have another discussion with the people, and then we'll go and plan and see how we'll meet your aspirations. So it is important. This government of NPP, the Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, the government does not discriminate. We don't send projects to areas just because they vote for us or they don't vote for us. No. We are a government of the people, and we are there to satisfy the aspirations of the people. The district director tells me that work that is going on in the market, a new market that's being built, every district goes through performance assessment. And I know that this year, North Town, they are passed. They got over 90, about 98%. And that means that they are going to get about extra 1 to 1.2 million Ghana cedis for development in North Town. I just had a discussion with him. He will meet the parliament chief, he will meet the assembly, and they will talk about things that are needed here so that they will prioritize and then make sure that they do it for the service of people of North Town. Not only that, we are having a court premise being commissioned here today. And I know that the Ministry of Local Government through the District Assembly's Common Fund is also having another project in Japan, which is also in North Town. So it is important that we all take note of the fact that government is distributing the resources of the country across everywhere and making sure that there's no discrimination, and that people also should respond to it. It's important that we understand what is going on in the country. In spite of all the difficulties, in spite of COVID, in spite of Ukraine war, we are still doing that what we can do to make sure that people get the best resources and make sure that they benefit from the resources of the country. And I am very much encouraged for what we have seen here. We are all encouraged. We just came from Aflao, where the president went and continued, and he has now completed the E-block. So that has been completed. And that shows that when we succeed governments and the sub projects, when we come, we continue and we finish it. The example is in the flow today, and we have all seen it. And so today, thank you very much for this warm welcome. After the president has finished his talk, I will come back with the regional minister, have another session with the district assembly and then the House of Chiefs, and we also will discuss other priorities that we need to help from central government. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. It's now time to listen to the representative of the Chief Justice of Ghana, His Lordship,
Chief Justice Jones Toche, himself a justice of the Supreme Court, is addressing the gathering now. Let's listen to the Chief Justice's representative, Justice Jones Toche.
Today is indeed a very good day for North Town, because of all the districts in the Volta region, it's only North Town that does not got a court of its own. As has been said, this piece from the district have to be sent to either Sugankofe, Sege, or Adidome. But from next week, the magistrate is here. We can have our own disputes settled within Bato in the North Town district. People need not travel afar again for settlement of disputes. And as has been said by the local government minister, another court has been built at Japon, which is also within the same North Town district. That court will be circuit court when it is completed, and this court will be a district court, so that everybody can have access to solve their legal issues. And then Japan, which is a commercial center, will be elevated to a circuit court status. I want to advise that even though the court has been brought to your doorsteps, you should still try to solve your dispute amicably. We have what we call alternative dispute resolution. When the disputes are family-related issues, inheritance issues, you don't necessarily have to go to court. Court matters are sometimes expensive. So I would also use this opportunity to appeal to Togbe and his elders to try and mediate disputes that will come before the courts. When you fail to settle the disputes before they go to court, we are not encouraging people to go to court for every solution. But when the dispute, when you are unable to solve the disputes in the family home or in the chief's palace or before the reverend fathers, local pastors, then the courts are there to bring sanity and respect and decorum to all disputants within the district. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the North Town District for building the court and also the District Assembly's Common Fund for building the court at Japon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. This is the time we've been waiting for. This is the time to listen to the man who speaks, and the voice evokes in us some pleasure. The first gentleman of the land, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana.
Reverend Father, Volta Regional Minister, Minister for Local Government, and Member of Parliament for Okre, Minister for Roads and Highways, and Member of Parliament for Echiwa West, Mr. Justice Jones Doche, Justice of the Supreme Court, representing the Chief Justice here, Togwega Patamia Jekle the 7th. I'm happy to see that Togwe is clapping for me for getting his name right. The Paramount Chief of the Bato Traditional Area and Vice President of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs, Mamaga Afia Asieku IV, the Paramount Queen Mother of Bato Traditional Area, the DC, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I first of all have to apologize to all of you, Togwega, for arriving late. We should have been here at about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but we got here much later because of our program. And sometimes you get caught up in things, but it was not a sign of disrespect. And I'm very grateful that you have found it possible to wait all this time for me. I appreciate it very much indeed. Thank you very much. Every year I've made it my custom to leave my office in Jubilee House and visit each of the regions of Ghana for 2 reasons. One, I want to see for myself what the government projects that are being done in each region, how far. Receiving reports in your office and seeing things for yourself are not the same thing. So I prefer to come out and see things for myself. And secondly, it gives me the opportunity, like what we're doing now, to interact and for me to hear the concerns of the people so that government can adjust itself and its program to address those concerns. I begin by saying that I'm grateful for your recognition of the efforts our government is making in several areas, which you've enumerated in your speech about the free SHS policy and others. It's a source of encouragement for us when we hear respected paramount chiefs like you commenting positively about the work of government. The other matters that you have put on the table, the request for administration, block size laboratories, all those are part of the program of the Ministry of Education. And in course of time, all these schools that are being upgraded will get these facilities. In the same way, Torega, you know that everywhere in Ghana, everybody is demanding roads, roads, and more roads. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate. Our roads are not good enough. But we're making a big effort in my time to address the question of roads. But it means, though, that all of us have to be a little patient as we go systematically one by one. The ones that you have identified, including the bridge, are all matters that are on the table of the Minister for Roads and Highways. And he's asked me to assure you that these are matters that will be addressed, and addressed soon. I've taken notice of the request for a divisional police command in Bato to befit the status of a district capital. This is another area where the government is working very hard to expand the manpower as well as the logistics and facilities for the police so that we can come to grips with issues of law and order in our country. Tabega, what we've come here to do today, to commission the court. We talk about wanting to live in a country where the rule of law is what governs the affairs of the nation. But it's difficult to make the rule of law paramount if people find it difficult to have access to the courts. That's why, through the Common Fund Administrator, government is committed to building over 100 new courts all over Ghana, 60% of which are complete, like the one that has been set up in Japan. Like the one in Japan. It's one of 100. And the 40% which are remaining, between now and the first quarter of 2023, they will also be commissioned and completed. But it is good that whilst the government at the central government level is doing these things, the local government, through the district assemblies, is also contributing to the development of the institutions of justice in our country. And the one that I'm commissioning today is the work of the district assembly of your area. So the district assembly is to be commended for the very strong work it is doing to assist the central government deliver justice to the people. And I, unfortunately, I cannot commit myself to the program on the 17th of December. I don't have my diary here with me, but I want you to know that when I get to Accra and I know it's a free day, I'm going to put Bato in the program so that I can come in. And I hope that the next time I come, your member of parliament, Ablakwa Kujeto, will come and meet me here. I noticed from your speech that he was supposed to be here. I'm hoping that he wasn't worried about meeting me. That's why he's not here, that he's doing something else. But I hope that the next time I come, we'll have the opportunity to meet. I'm very, very grateful for this warm welcome that you have given me and my delegation that have come to see you here. And once again, let me apologize for the delay in our coming. May God bless you and the people of Bato, the people of the Bato traditional area, the people here. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much. I think we can clap for the president once again. Let's clap for His Excellency. Togwega has a presentation to make.
Facility. All right, President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has just finished addressing the ring and will proceed to commission the facility. He came here, and that is the magistrate court. In his address, the president did the people that government is committed to constructing all courts across the country, and the one that's been done here is going to be the last. President Akufo-Addo will proceed to go and commission the project. And once he commissions the project, it will effectively bring the entire 2-day tour of the region, the Volta region, to an end. And so, indicates that his government is committed to ensuring that the judiciary is well resourced by way of facilities to be able to adjudicate justice in our country effectively. And so the President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is finished addressing the people of North Tongue, and he will proceed to officially commission the project, which is the district court here in Bato in the North Tongue district in the Volta region. This project, we are told, is going a way of the adjudicating of cases in the country. And so we look forward to seeing President Akufo-Addo here to come and commission the project. You perhaps can see in your shots that the tape is ready to be cut by the president, and once the president arrives here, he will cut the tape and unveil the plaque to officially commission this project. This project, we are told, has a lot of facilities inside it. It has a big courtroom which can sit nearly 200 persons, according to the contractor of the project, and this facility was built within a period of 6 months. Within a period of 6 months, the court facility was built. There is a courtroom, there is the magistrate's office, there is also the accountant's office, there is the administrative office, the registrar's office, and it also has a registry, and subsequently also has a bailiff's office. We are also told that there is provision made for alternative dispute resolution, and so ADR is also very well represented in this building that President Akufo-Addo is just about commissioning. So President Akufo-Addo will take the perhaps 50 to 100 meter walk to come and commission the facility. All is set here. The security officials are ready, and the president will be making his way into this facility to commission it officially. Let me tell you a bit more about this court facility. We are told that it is going to be a magistrate court, which means that it's going to have a magistrate sitting here and adjudicating matters that fall within their remit. We are also told that in another side of the community, they also have another court which has been built in Japan. And the court in Japan is going to be a circuit court, which will perhaps also have High Court jurisdiction. And so these are the facilities by way of court facilities that are being done across the length and breadth of the country. The people of North Tongue have the opportunity to benefit from this ongoing project. These projects, we are told, are financed by the District Assembly's Common Fund. And so the project, which cost about 480,000 Ghana cedis, 777, was purely financed by the District Assembly Fund. And that is how this project was funded. According to the contractor, when we spoke to him, he said that funds were made readily available, and so the construction of this facility you are seeing here was done within a period of 6 months. And that's because financial resources were readily available, and because of its availability, they were able to execute the project within the 6 months time constraint that they had to build the facility. The facility, as we are seeing it, has a courtroom. We are told that the courtroom can sit about 200 persons at a time. So 200 persons can sit at a time in this court facility, this magistrate court, which has been built here. And beyond the 200-seater facility courtroom, we are also told that the project also has offices for the magistrate who will be sitting here in this court. So the magistrate has his chambers where she will be sitting to do her work outside the courtroom. And the facility also has account office. This project, we are told, was built within a space of 6 months, and the 6 months period, of constructing this project emphasizes the fact that once resources are made available to contractors, they are capable of executing their project within the time space that they are given to do same. As I speak with you, the national anthem has just been played at the grounds, which means that the way has been paved for President Akufo-Addo to proceed to these grounds to do the official commissioning of the magistrate court here in Bator in the North Tongue district, where the facility has been built. This facility is going to serve as the main adjudicating house of cases here in this particular constituency, the North Tongue constituency. And it will help stop the process where whenever a judicial issue arises, the victims or accused persons have to proceed all the way to Sogakope before they get their matters dealt with. President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is currently taking the walk all the way to this court complex where he is going to be performing the commissioning. And so President Akufo-Addo, in the company of the chiefs of this area, and also the representative of the Chief Justice, Justice Jones Doche, and other officials, are walking towards this facility to cut the tape to officially commission the North Tongue court facility. The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has just just about entering the facility. I can see him just about entering the facility. You can see in your shot that President Akufo-Addo is just walking majestically into the facility to commission it. He's in the company of Justice Jones Doche, the District Chief Executive for the North Ton constituency, and also the other officials who are hearing guarded, assisting the president to do it. So President Akufo-Addo is right there and just about cutting the tape to commission the facility. This is a live coverage of the commissioning ceremony of the North Tongue District Court, which is a new facility that has been built by government for the people of North Tongue to serve them in their justice needs, or in their judicial needs, if I can say. And so, yes, President Akufo-Addo is here, and in no time he will be cutting the tape to symbolize the commissioning of the project. The project has a President Akufo-Addo is currently inside the courtroom where he's being shown around with showing him the facilities that are here. I can see in the courtroom that it's fully air conditioned. It also has about 4 different standing fans that are ceiling fans, I should say, 4 ceiling fans that are also being fixed. There are benches for, or pews for justice seekers, persons who attend court. There is also a space for lawyers to sit, so that is the bar, and there is also a bench which will serve the magistrate in his adjudication of cases. I can also see that there's a box for witnesses who will be coming to the court, and there is also other facilities here in the court for purposes of justice adjudication in the country and here in North Tongue. Having been to most of the high courts in our country, I'm just comparing what I'm seeing here to what I see in high courts in the law court complex in Accra, and I can say that they appear to be very similar. For now, I don't see the installation of equipment equipment by way of computers, recording facilities and all that. But what I do know is that probably those facilities will be coming. President Akufo-Addo has just finished commissioning and engaging with some of the officials and asking them a few questions that may be bothering him, and that has been done. And so I can see that the officials are turning to exit the court premises. Now this commissioning process of President Akufo-Addo of the North Tongue Court is effectively over. President Akufo-Addo has commissioned the facility. He has gone ahead to inspect it and to see for himself firsthand the things that are in the facility. So President Akufo-Addo has just exited the courtroom and is heading to his car, and that will mean that the President of the Republic will be heading back to Accra, bringing an end to his 2-day tour of the Volta region, which began yesterday and Monday in Ho, and also subsequently continued today, ending here in the North Tongue